You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
A chilly start, 52 degrees right now, but it'll be up into the high 70s, low 80s, depending on where you are. Cloudy tomorrow. Looking at 78 and rainy, but Sunday... We got hope, buddy.
Okay.
Cloudy, 73, and then it looks like the rain stays away for the rest of the week. Your 4th of July forecast, 81 and cloudy.
All right, not bad.
As of right now. But I heard.
What'd you hear?
6-day forecast.
Can't trust it.
Can't trust a 6-day forecast. Can't trust a 6-day
Mm.
forecast. All right, and if we're going into the holiday weekend, there are some food staples that you're expecting, week. Some food staples you're expecting to have at barbecues.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about the corn yesterday. You get your burgers, your hats, potatoes.
We all found out about Irish butter yesterday.
Yeah.
Delicious. When it comes to cookout fruit, what is the number one cookout fruit that pops off in your head?
Wait, a fruit?
Oh, like in a fruit salad, you're asking, or
mean,
just
any
like
kind of fruit.
I would strawberries.
Melon.
No, okay, melon. Thank you.
Oh,
What
okay.
kind of-
Watermelon's my number one.
Watermelon, number
That's
one.
the
Come
number
on.
one summer fruit.
Thank you. The old, and here's the thing, man. I'm not even a big fruit guy if I'm not being forced to eat it.
And watermelon's just fine on its own.
That's
Just
what I mean.
Chop that thing up.
Yes.
So I'm saying, like, even fat me would get down on a big old piece of watermelon.
But it's the funnest fruit because you can spike it, you can have fun with it, you can spit seeds with it. It has multifunctions.
I don't think I've had a watermelon with seeds in it in like decades.
I agree with you. It doesn't seem like, it seems like seeds went away.
Yeah, do they still make watermelons with seeds?
I don't know.
What's the benefit of watermelons with seeds?
Oh, so you can make more watermelon.
Yeah.
No, I meant eating it, you idiot.
No, I agree. But like I don't know, like if they're
Thank you,
they're
Gregory
only,
Mendel.
but think about it, they're only growing melons with no seeds. How they making more melons?
No, you sell the ones with no seeds, you idiot.
So they're making birthing melons.
Oh my God!
But I always thought like the ones that say like seedless, like they still have seeds. It's just
Well,
less
they're very
seeds.
light.
Yeah.
I don't know.
the reason I bring this up
Why's that?
is there is going to be a store or a community that may be short watermelon this week
Why?
after an incident that happened on the 90 yesterday.
Wait. Something happened to the melon truck?
Yes, the melon truck caught fire.
Man.
So it happened.
Do melons burn? You think they would put themselves out?
And what is
The water part of it.
What does a burnt melon smell like?
I don't. Nobody
Like,
knows.
does it smell nice?
I don't think so.
Well, I don't know. You never have like watermelon candles,
No.
right? So
No.
maybe it smells terrible.
Yeah.
But so this truck carrying a bunch of melons, a semi-trailer truck on the 90 just west of us, there is this video of smoke just pouring out of
Oh
this
my
tractor
God.
trailer on 90 yesterday. And thank God everyone's okay, although it did mess up traffic on the thruway for a very long time. I'm curious how many melons were in the back of that truck.
If it was loaded, right? Probably.
So how many stores worth of melons is that? And will you be able to replace those melons
Ooh,
before
quickly.
the 4th of July?
Yeah.
buy?
You probably can.
Well, I don't
I
know,
mean, we're
right?
in the height of melon season. We got to have tons of them.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like what? How much melon constitutes one truck's worth of melon? Is that like 5 Wegmans worth of melon for a couple days?
Ooh.
I'm guessing that's, yeah, probably.
How many
right?
melons? How many watermelons you think fit on one semi-tractor trailer?
How many?
How many individual watermelons?
1,000?
1,000 watermelons? Bet you it's more than 1,000.
You think so?
Yeah, think
I mean,
about
you're
it.
talking about a full, like a big ass semi.
I'm telling you, the biggest truck you can think of that you see on
Big
the road.
old 18-wheeler.
Yeah,
It can't be more than 1,000 because they take up so much space.
I disagree because
Because they're on pallets.
But think about like they'll put them out as a pallet at Wegmans, right?
Right.
Just a box of
Right.
watermelons, and it looks like there's like 300 melons in that box.
No, it ain't no 300 melon. Do you know there's only one movie ever made about watermelons? And
What?
Charles Bronson starred in it. And it's
And
called
it's about watermelons.
It's about watermelons and growing watermelons, and it's called Mr. Majestic. And it's the only movie I can ever
That's a
think of
deep cut.
that was strictly made about watermelons.
Why would there be any movie strictly made about
Well,
watermelons?
Charles Bronson made one, and he was a badass in the melon movie.
Wait, so
Like, he kicked ass in this watermelon movie. If you're looking for a cheap, fun thing to watch on a rainy Saturday, Google Mr. Majestic. You won't be disappointed.
is it like a thriller? Is it?
No, it's him being a badass farmer.
Okay.
And he ain't taking no crap.
But because you ain't
Because
taking
Big
his
Melon's
melons?
starting to come in on his farm.
Big melon.
Are you sure it's called Mr. Majestic?
Yeah.
Does it come up when you go? It's like a comic book. That's the first thing that comes up when you Google it.
Did you just make up everything you said?
No, I'm telling you,
Are
Mr.
Are you having
Majestic.
a stroke right now?
I'm telling you, Mr. Majestic.
Huh.
It's Google Charles Bronson and
Okay.
watermelon movie.
Do that. While Kimmy does that,
Yeah.
again, 252 WCMF, we're talking about this truck of watermelon, semi-truck, that caught fire yesterday on the 90, and this video is just remarkable.
Burning melons.
It really is. All right, it's got, I'm going to, what do you got?
Majestic is spelled with a Y in this one. Yeah.
Well, that's how
Majestic.
Charles rolls.
I'm going to say there's 5,000 melons in that truck.
5,000?
5,000
Bro, that
melons.
is like a half a warehouse of watermelon.
That's what I'm saying,
Think,
yes.
think of how big a watermelon
Okay,
is.
look how wide your hands are.
A watermelon,
no,
an average.
It's not how that's not how big a
That's
A
watermelon
watermelon
big.
is that big.
No, it's not.
Well,
A normal melon.
but we
They
don't know
make
if
the-
it was
it's
like
like
the
that big.
normal
No.
melon or
Yes.
like the smaller.
No, I'm talking about a
A watermelon is
standard,
this
like
big,
the one
bro.
Mr. Majestic.
You're
has.
out of here. Look, Mr. Majestic melon.
Yeah, they were that big.
They're not that big.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
What do you? What would you? Did your mother buy like chintz ass melons?
First of all, my mother
did
never.
she go to Mr. Chintz to get her melons?
We never bought fruit. There was never fruit or vegetables in my house.
But you
No.
never had watermelon?
Sometimes.
That sounds like you. Did you ever have watermelon at your house? No.
During like fancy days.
What is a fancy day
Fancy
that
days.
requires watermelon as a celebratory fruit?
Look, man,
we're all going to toast our slices to the new year. Did you eat melon out of season? Yes, you did.
Well, no, because that was the more expensive melon, right? Because they had to.
Oh, yeah.
I would guess that if we did have melon, because I told you there was never any fruits or vegetables in my house growing up.
Yeah, you did. But
Like it did not exist.
Right.
I thought pasta was a health food. I'm not making that up until I was like 22 years old.
Yeah.
So no, I did not eat a lot of watermelon. But now I eat a ton of
I
watermelon.
love watermelon.
So if you want to talk about the size, I am responsible. I'm the melon guy who brings the melon in from the car when my wife gets back from
Okay.
Wegmans. I'm Mr. Melon.
right.
Right? Like it's funny. Like my dogs run outside and they get their little treat when my wife gets home, and I run outside and I get the watermelon.
By the way, dogs love watermelon.
I'm aware of this. That's why we have to get the seedless watermelon. So
Yes.
Smurless doesn't have a watermelon growing in his stomach.
Yes.
No, but I can hold it like a football, so it can't be as big as you're talking about. Unless you're just a sissy little man who thinks everything's that big. Well, look how big the watermelon is.
So you think there's 5,000 watermelons in an 18-wheeler?
Yeah, 18-wheeler, 5,000 watermelons.
All right. I think you're way up, but okay.
All right, I know there are guys that drive for a living right now. 252 WCMF, 252-9263.
How many watermelons can you fit in your truck?
It feels like a math problem we're starting. Bobby was driving watermelons on the 90 going west. Kimmy, you had brought up a good question looking at this flaming truck
Yeah.
yesterday. Because
What?
nobody rushed a flaming truck to steal watermelons.
yeah. But I
No.
was wondering, if you say come across a truck on fire, but the doors are open, you can see what's in the back. If it was your favorite food or something that you didn't often get your hands on, would you risk it?
Well, watermelon's cheap.
And that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not
It ain't worth it.
Yeah, no, the watermelon's not worth
Maybe
it.
There
not
isn't a
watermelon.
fruit worth stealing, man.
Maybe not a fruit. What if it was your favorite booze?
Oh, booze is a different story.
If there was a case sitting there,
That's
you
money.
running up to grab it?
All right, case of Jameson.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's money.
All right, here's the thing. The door is open.
Yeah.
And you can get in.
You can see the flames.
But no, the flames have engulfed every part around it. So you can get access to the case of Jameson, but the semi is completely engulfed in flames. Are you risking?
No. I couldn't get you. No.
Why?
For a case of booze?
That's
No way.
flammable.
I could die.
How
I
many?
could get third degree. What's the worst degree burn you can get?
I don't know.
Worst degree burns.
Kimmy, can you Google worst degree burns? Probably 5,000 watermelons worth
All
of
right.
burns.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
How many bottles come in a case of Jameson? 12?
The ones that I drink, I think it's
Fourth.
only 6.
Fourth degree burn?
Yeah.
Can you Google how many bottles in a case of Jameson and then how many watermelons fit in a semi?
The big boys, not the.
Okay. Look at him. He's like, we got to actually
I think
get
there's
that
6. 'Cause
Okay.
I bought a case before. I think it's 6.
All right. So let's say there's 6. So that's
Yeah,
what?
6.
$200?
Oh,
Oh,
easy.
I'm sorry. A case
Oh.
usually consists of 12.
That's what I said.
No, that's a different
Oh my
bottle.
God. The bottles are like
You know
this
I drink
big.
the big boy.
Bottles are like this big. It's like the size of a watermelon.
It's that big. It's a magnum. It's like those big magnums of champagne you have to cut with the sword.
How much Jameson, how much monetary wise would have to be in there for you to grab where you think about risking the burns?
I guess it'd be like $500 or something like
Wait, you wouldn't do it for $250, but you do it for
that. Oh, yeah,
$500?
I could die.
It was amazing. Remember when that one truck, I can't remember if it hit the top of the bridge or what, but all the White Claws came
Oh, yeah,
spilling
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
People ran to go pick those up
She's right. But
in
it
the
wasn't-
middle of the road.
But it wasn't on fire.
No,
True.
but you're still grabbing stuff. You're still pulled over to go run out into the road to grab potentially free booze.
$7 worth of White
Yeah.
Claws.
No, but here's the thing.
And that's like one of the cheapest types of drinks you can have.
Yeah, but
right?
I kind of get it because it's not even about the White Claw at that point. It's like an adult Easter egg hunt surprise, right? Like,
You
hey,
could crack it open right there and enjoy it.
yeah,
too.
even though it's warm,
guess,
probably
yeah.
coming off the back of that truck. Kimmy, is there anything you would grab off the back of that truck, flaming on fire,
Ooh,
in front of the 5,000 watermelons?
I'm trying to think.
I love how you asked the question
I
and you don't have
know.
an answer for
I
the
know,
question.
But she's also that weird type of person.
What do you mean?
Like, because she's not really into a lot
Well,
of
it
stuff.
would have to be something. It would. I wouldn't necessarily grab it because it's expensive. I would grab it because maybe you don't get it every day. You know.
Can you give me an example?
I'm just trying to think of something.
But she's not into, like...
Fabergé eggs.
Like, there's nothing girly that she would go after. She's not into shoes, right? She's not into purses, right?
Yeah.
You're not into fashion.
I'm into fashion.
I'm just basing it on that sweatshirt. Like if that, what's the fanciest lady shoe?
I told you I liked your hat yesterday, and now you're taking it out on me.
That's the way it goes. For
And by
Think of
way,
the fancy shoe.
I
right?
love how you asked me what the fanciest lady shoe is
Louboutin.
when everybody in this room, thank you, knows you
I
have the
know,
answer
I
to the
know,
fanciest
I know.
lady shoe.
Louboutin. Those shoes goes for thousands of
Yeah,
dollars.
Are those the
the
one with the
problem
red
with
bottoms?
shoes,
Yeah.
though,
Okay.
you're not thinking
Thousands.
clearly because shoes, you got to dig through and make sure you find your size. You can't
Ooh,
just
good
go
point.
up there grabbing shoes.
But you,
Can't
my,
just be grabbing shoes.
my wife would be in that truck on
Sort through
fire,
the boxes.
going through stuff, trying them on, walking around inside the truck to see how they look.
All right, Kimmy.
Yeah.
There's a box, a case of marijuana gummies in the
Oh,
back
I
of that.
forgot.
A case.
Going for the green genie.
I don't.
Are we talking about melons or marijuana?
Her weed addiction.
No, I know, but you
I
can
don't
still
have an
you can call.
No, I don't think I'd risk it for that.
What if it's just straight up weed?
I have enough of that.
See, nothing with this woman. There's nothing.
But you said you wouldn't do it either. You're also a
I don't
bitch.
want to die. She has no interest, period.
Well, no, but here's the thing. I'm trying to think. Like, she asked that question, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, and I don't think there's anything on that truck that I would go get either if it's on fire, right? Like, what's expensive enough where
Yeah.
you would risk your safety? Your
Well, it had to be
well-being?
something like money, gold, silver.
Well, how are you gonna get gold off a truck? I can't carry a case of gold.
No, but you can
What
grab a
about-
bar. Bar's $2,000. Those little things. Those little like.
that Costco is selling.
Yeah, $2,000
Okay,
right there.
but if it's in a box, I gotta open up the box.
Grab the box.
Well, no, it's a ton of weight. That's
Push
what I'm
it off
saying.
the back and it'll crack
shut
open.
up. You're the one saying watermelons are 4 feet wide, and now you're telling me, oh, it's easy, just push it. Fine, climb in the flaming truck and push the gold
What
off
about
the
like
truck.
electronics? What if there were a bunch of flat screen TVs in there?
Oh, again, that's hard to carry, and
I
I
know.
would worry that.
But even if you got your hands on one, it's worth it.
I don't know, flat screen TVs are also super cheap now. Like yesterday, I got a direct ad for like a $250 65-inch television.
Real 65 inch.
I mean, it's one of the cheaper ones, but like,
God damn.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We finished our basement, and I went and bought. I thought I was going to be spending like $1,000 on a new TV to put down there. $300
No kidding.
for a 60-inch television.
Look at you.
No, it's not look at me. It's TVs like they're giving them away.
I have a 60-inch TV in my basement.
Yes, I do. It's awesome.
I'm sure it is. I haven't been over to see it.
You're always invited. Yeah, you could have come in the other day.
What was the invite? Didn't we invite?
I got an invite for you.
By the way, I was at your house. Nobody knew we were coming.
Isn't that most of the time you show up at places?
Pretty much.
The only reason you're ever invited to parties is because nobody invited you. 252 WCMF, again, we're talking about this semi-truck full of watermelon that caught fire on the 90 just west of us, shut traffic down for a while. The video is remarkable. It just looks like an old locomotive, just all the smoke billowing out of it. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dave. Dave says, I used to drive tractor trailers. I can say this. The tractor trailer fits more than 1,000 watermelon, but I don't think it'll fit as many as 5,000 watermelon.
So that doesn't help us.
Well, you're wrong.
So 250?
You're wrong.
250.
250, yeah, more than 1,000,
2,500.
but less than 5,000.
2,500.
So 250. Well, no, he said less than 5,000 could be 4,000.
Or it could be 2,500.
It could be.
Huh.
I think I'm right.
Based on nothing.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Bill. Hey, Bill, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing
good.
today?
How you doing,
Doing
man?
fantastic.
I'm doing good. Hey, my brother told me a long time ago there was this lady driving around out here where we live. Well, they grow big fields of cabbage out here. So she decides to get out of her car to go steal a head of cabbage. Well, the farmer saw her, started yelling at her. She starts running up the ditch shatters her ankle.
Oh my God.
So they had to call an ambulance.
They
had
didn't
to
shoot her
tow
right there?
car. They towed her car. She had to go to the hospital. They had to put pins and screws and plates and everything in her ankle. So a 50-cent head of cabbage cost her almost $80,000.
Holy crap. Yeah, but
Woo.
what a story, Bill.
Yes.
Couldn't resist that cabbage, said nobody ever.
Passion of the cabbage.
Exactly. Over a piece of cabbage.
Look, I love cabbage. I would go steal cabbage.
Man, that's the
You
last thing I'm
would?
stealing is
That's the thing, like you hold your
smelly-
breath when you pass those fields.
It's
'cause it
smelly
smells so
lettuce.
bad.
I
Yeah.
love cabbage.
It's smelly lettuce.
could eat-
It's because you're
Smelly
Irish and you
lettuce.
like that corned beef and crap.
No, I can eat cabbage. I can eat cabbage as a meal every day for the
You
rest
Why
also
of
don't
probably
you?
like Brussels sprouts
I love
too, don't
Brussels
you?
sprouts.
God,
I
you
love
guys
That's
are
just
weird.
mini ass.
I know.
What?
My husband
It's a
loves
mini
them.
ass.
Wasn't that your nickname in high school from all your floor commanders? Bill, great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Take care. There goes Bill. 50-cent head of cabbage hospital.
$80,000.
All right, everybody, I hope we got to move on. I appreciate the calls. We got a dynamite. It's not worth the cabbage. Kind of break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, it was time to get new creepy.
That's right. Creep kept coming at you just after 7 o'clock. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Also, just after 7.
Yeah, why not?
Well, as we brought up, 4th of July is on Thursday.
Yeah.
And people are going to be getting ready all sorts of ways.
Oh, sure.
And a lot of barbecues, parties to go to.
Celebrations, Pat.
So this woman wrote us this Facebook message on Monday, and we were trying to get to it the last couple of days, but between emergency room visits and new hats, there's been a lot going on this week.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so today we will read you a Facebook message from a woman named Jill, who is trying to, it seems, get us to shame her husband into going to an event that he doesn't want to go to.
Oh.
And I know there are lots of guys that have things that they don't want to go to that
Yes.
their wives plan. But this one's different. He's concerned about the safety of his family.
Oh, okay.
And his wife's not.
That's strange. Usually it's the reverse.
100%. And we'll get into the whole thing just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, one of the most unique things we've ever seen happen yesterday in the world of sports.
Oh, is it a big deal?
It's a huge deal.
It's a pretty
But
big deal.
I got
mean, never
questions.
seen
Okay.
it before.
I can answer your
Because
questions.
it looks
Well,
like a stunt.
I can answer your questions, and we've never seen it before in the NBA, but we
Right.
have seen
Right,
it before
right,
in
right.
one of the other 4 major
Yes.
sports, right? But we haven't seen it in 40 years.
But on the same team, though?
yes, same team.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yes, it
Yes.
was.
Okay.
We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Sports history made yesterday, like in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah.
And a lot of people assume this was going to happen, but now that it has actually happened, it's got folks on two very different sides of the coin here.
Okay.
Because on one hand, this is really cool. On the other hand, well, you said stunt.
It looks like a stunt.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45 this morning, everybody has valuable things in their home.
Yeah.
I mean, the word value means...
To you.
Yeah, you
Relative.
got it. Yeah. There's a man who was horrified to find out that the safe in his home all of a sudden was empty.
Wait, he got cleaned out?
But it's what he decided was valuable that I think is the most interesting part of this story. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, the NBA draft wrapped up, the second round of the NBA draft.
I mean, who isn't glued to that?
Well, actually, a lot of people were.
Because of the big move.
Yes. LeBron James' son, Bronny James, was drafted by the Los Angeles Lakers, pick 55.
What a coincidence.
All right. They got him.
So LeBron James' son, Bronny, LeBron James Jr., will be playing with his dad in Los Angeles this coming season. And the 39-year-old James said, the dad, it was a dream of his to play in the NBA with his son. He said it multiple times in the past. He kind of walked that back the last couple of weeks when things got really intense. So you asked a question.
Yeah.
What's your question?
It looks like a stunt. Like, who cares? Like, is this kid any good?
Okay.
Or is he getting in because this is what LeBron wants and he's King James? But then I'm going, why are the Lakers doing a publicity stunt? They're like a storied franchise.
Well, that is the criticism. Is was his kid good enough, I guess, to be taken that high?
Would he make the
drafted at all?
Lakers team?
Okay,
If
you've
his
asked
daddy
me
wasn't
5 questions.
I know.
I was kind of pissed, man. Like,
right.
now what is this? LeBron just gets to do whatever he wants?
Okay, so if we can just slow down here, I can answer your questions. All right. First off, the only reason this is happening, legitimately, is because LeBron James is pulling rank.
He wants it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Bronny was not super highly ranked coming out of high school in regards to like the best prospects.
And then
in
he
the
also had
country.
a medical issue where he almost died on the
Yeah.
court.
He went into cardiac arrest during a practice at USC before the season started. That cost him the first 8 games of his college season, and he needed a procedure to fix a congenital heart defect.
Yeah.
But he did play, although when he played for USC his freshman year, his 1 year in college, he wasn't even close to a standout. What was he averaging? Like 3 or 4 points a game coming off the bench most of the time. He struggled to see time. And if his last name wasn't James, you're right.
He ain't around.
He would not have been getting minutes in college next season, let alone being drafted.
So he is the best case scenario. He'd be in Europe playing.
Well, he would still have 3 more years of eligibility. He would probably keep playing college basketball, right? So there are those who see this as big-time spoiled, nepo baby kind of
I
stuff.
don't see how else you can see it.
But then there are folks who are in it for the sports history.
All right.
So if this happens, let's say LeBron James and his son share the court together this season at some point. It'll be the first ever father-son to share an NBA court together, let alone play on the same team at the same time. It's big-time Ken Griffey Jr. senior energy, and that was great. Although, I mean, Ken Griffey Jr. did earn his spot.
He was a phenomenal player.
Yes.
One of the best offensive players in the history of the game.
Agreed. But there is this romantic idea
All right.
of sharing something like this with your dad,
Okay.
Yeah.
which a lot of guys would kill to do.
Until you get there.
Okay, so let's put a pin in that. Let's
I
put
was
a pin
thinking
in
the
that.
kids that are trying to get on the Lakers.
Understood.
And Bronny's going in.
You're right. Look, I mean, you're absolutely right when it comes to he's taking a spot.
It's almost like you're tanking the Lakers for
But I
because you
think
kind of
that-
are.
But I think that this kind of thing happens everywhere to some level or extent, right? Like, I think we've all worked at jobs where maybe you felt like somebody who got a job as a coworker didn't maybe deserve it, but had an aunt, uncle,
Felt
mom,
like
dad.
It happens.
Yeah.
It's all
yeah,
about who
it
you know.
buried Kodak.
Okay, yeah, bro. How many trucks do you see driving around town where it's
All of
Smith
them.
and Sons,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Like, I don't know how. I'm with you. I'm with you. As a guy who never really had advantage because of his father.
We've all dealt with it, though.
Quite disadvantaged, as a matter of fact, right? Yeah, you're right. It is frustrating. That being said, the folks that are upset about this, you might want to stand back and take a look at the position your parents put you in. Now, granted, you were never going to play in the NBA because of your dad,
Right.
and you said, the Lakers are hurting themselves in doing this.
Yeah.
LeBron's contract was up. He could have left and played anywhere else. The Lakers may have kept LeBron in Los Angeles by doing this.
Okay.
And
But LeBron isn't even LeBron anymore, right? I mean, he's 40 years old.
yes, but when it comes to, he's still a premier player in
Oh,
the
I'm sure
NBA.
he is, but he ain't the guy he was 20 years ago. It's impossible.
Okay, if you lose LeBron, you lose your chance at winning a championship. That's how good he
But
still
you could
is.
also start rebuilding the Lakers.
The Lakers don't rebuild.
No.
They reload, baby.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
legit, the Lakers don't rebuild.
Right.
So,
I know.
yes, you have to do this.
Okay.
I mean, look, if this is... When it comes to the NBA, I think more than any other sport, the players control how the franchises go. If a superstar wants something, you get it. For example, J.R. Smith, who played for the Knicks for years and years and years, his brother was a terrible basketball player. The Knicks signed his brother. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek freak.
Yeah.
2 of his brothers have played for the Bucks over the last couple
feta
years.
cheese?
Feta cheese.
Maybe they should stop doing that, though.
Why? You want to keep Giannis?
Where's he going?
To a bigger market that'll pay him more money?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, LeBron can go play wherever the hell he wants.
I know.
So you sit here and go, oh, why are you going to do this? I don't know. So you can keep some of the best players on the planet?
Well, why would you not want to play in L.A.? Where else would you go?
New York,
you're,
Phoenix?
But, you're in the premier market for basketball is Los Angeles.
LeBron transcends basketball.
He does.
He doesn't need Los Angeles. Los Angeles
everybody
needs
knew who
LeBron.
LeBron was when he was in Cleveland. I mean, it was a great story.
Yeah.
Right?
That was an awesome story.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
Cleveland got caught a break for once. Their kid, their king came home and, gave them something.
Sure. But people hated him there because he went and decided to play in Miami.
I was always surprised because I have friends from Cleveland when I did comedy. They hate LeBron. They hate him.
Well, did they hate him before the championship?
Yes. They
Really?
Still,
Or after
why
the
didn't he stick around and give us all those champiomships? Why did he leave? Because they all think they should have had 3 championships.
Still got one. I mean, I seem pretty happy about that.
Like he was throwing him a bone. The guy can't win in his own town.
Yeah, but it was also kind of a dick move the way he did it.
Yeah.
Going on national television.
But he's a kid. He's a kid looking. Listen, man, he's going to the fun town.
I agree. Go into the fun town. I agree with you.
Miami's some fun. So.
I agree with you. Okay, fine. He's a kid. It's just funny the way we look at LeBron James because, look, everything you are saying is right. This is a complete nepotism move. The kid does not make this team without his dad. LeBron James is the one that looked at the Lakers and said, do this. It could
He
have
might have got drafted by somebody else. Who knows?
Yeah. He would
It
not.
sounds like this kid's not that good.
Because I thought there were other teams that were thinking about taking him, but he basically said if that was going to happen, he wouldn't play for them.
So the rumor was this. Over the last couple of weeks, there were teams that were debating taking him and holding him hostage. I'm not making this
but
up.
based on the fact that LeBron wanted him, not that he was talented.
Exactly. So his agent, who is also his dad's agent, called up teams and said, if you take him, it was the Lakers and the Suns were the only 2 teams that he said he would play for. They told these teams, if you take him, he will go play overseas next year and will never report to your team.
Yeah. It's almost, I kind of feel bad for the kid. And I know that sounds weird because he's father is a billionaire franchise, but you're never going to not be LeBron's kid. That's going to be what you're known for forever. Yeah. And then anything he does on that court is going to be compared to arguably one of the greatest maybe the greatest basketball player of all time.
I'm with you. So let's talk about that. Again, 252 WCMF, LeBron James Jr., Bronny James, drafted yesterday by the Los Angeles Lakers. The 39-year-old LeBron James has said in the past it's a dream of his to play in the league with his son. If they play together, it'll be the first time a father-son have ever played in the league at the same time, let alone shared the same court, let alone played on the same team. And Tommy doesn't like the nepotism of this. A lot of people don't. So is this a blessing or a curse for Bronny?
Oh, I think it's a curse.
Kimmy?
The kid will never outlive it.
I don't think, no matter how this played out, no matter how the kid got to the NBA, this is always going to be something he's going to have to deal with his whole life.
He's
right?
Frank Sinatra Jr., man.
I mean, even if he's a good basketball player and has a good NBA career, to Tommy's point, everybody's going to let you, well, you weren't as good as your dad.
Yeah, but you weren't ever going to be able to be as good as your dad.
No, I know, but I think, but think of the expectations
it,
people have had on that kid, since he was 10 years old, and playing AAU basketball.
It doesn't help the fact that he named him LeBron James Jr.
Yeah.
Right.
And I understand the kid was 18 when he had him, right? So maybe you're not thinking that far ahead.
But I could just see now LeBron James getting pissed off at press conferences at the end of games, asking about the performance of his kid that night.
I don't think his kid's going to see enough minutes to be asked about it.
Then they'll ask that. What was the point? I could see him starting to get pissed off because people not digging his grand scheme of things.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think that's...
And as you know, that guy's got an ego.
I think that LeBron James has also started to realize it because he walked back his comments 2 weeks ago. He said, I don't have to play with my son wherever he is in the league. If he makes the league, that's exciting enough. Yeah. But here's the thing. He wouldn't be in the NBA right now had it not been for his last name and the strings his dad played.
Right.
So... it has to be some kind of blessing for him.
It's got to be mixed bag at best. Because you're right. You get to live this unbelievable lifestyle that you got handed.
But he was going to live that
and you're
going to
have guys that in the league that hate you just because of the name on your jersey.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's also other guys that are in the league with that
You're right,
lineage.
but you don't think. I mean, the NBA is really good at highlighting like personalities, and I think it just seems like guys aren't afraid to say what they think about other players, and I think that you're going to get the guys that come in and respect the kid, and because they know how tough it is. You're also going to get the guys that like throw him an extra elbow or two because he's LeBron James's kid.
I will say this.
Yeah.
It is strange how everyone focused on LeBron James Jr. here, Bronny James, and there's no talk of any of the other players that got a super leg up because of their dads, like super name players.
Who's that?
For example, Steph Curry.
Yeah.
He was one of the biggest players in the NBA at one point, still might be. His dad's Del Curry.
Yeah.
His dad played in the league for years. Like, people like play off Steph Curry as like this underdog story. He got the best of the best training.
Yeah.
Not only from his dad and his teammates. Like, there's videos of him running around in Charlotte, playing on the court right there. I'm sure his dad had plenty of money to get him. Klay Thompson, his teammate, soon to be former teammate in Golden State. His dad's Michael Thompson, also played in the show. Got all of these things that other kids that play ball didn't get. Nobody ever talks about like those guys got a leg up. And it is weird how people talk, and I'm not defending LeBron James.
Did Austin Rivers' kid play for him
Austin
too?
Rivers' kid played for Austin Rivers, or played for, yes. His
That's
dad.
what I thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
And his dad had to cut him, or
Yes.
trade him. His
Are you
dad,
talking about Doc Rivers?
yeah.
Doc Rivers' son, played for him.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's another guy.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah.
But he
Thank
caught
you.
a bunch of nepotism anger.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Yeah.
defending LeBron James because, look, I love laughing at what happens on the court with LeBron James. I love hating basketball player LeBron James, right? But that guy pulled himself out of one of the worst neighborhoods in Ohio.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he did this. He's never been embroiled in a major scandal. He always says and does the right things. I mean, he's petty and can kind of be a bitch sometimes, but point to something what LeBron has done where you're like,
No,
oh my
he's
God.
squeaky clean.
So with that being said, if you were able to do this for your family, I kind of get it.
From a parental standpoint, yes. But as a casual fan watching this, I'm going, you got to be kidding.
Oh, I think it makes it super interesting, though.
Oh, it is, isn't it? I mean, listen, man, we're talking about
love
it now.
or hate it, I
What
think there
else
will
you-
be people that tune in just to see how this all plays out.
It was a big story about the NBA when nobody's really caring about the NBA right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. This is the
Nobody
most,
cared about the draft yesterday.
This is the most important second-round pick in the history of the NBA draft, by far. All right, so that being said,
You go get him, Bronny. Bring
don't-
us a championship.
Don't forget, so the NBA has a minor league now. You're aware of this.
Okay.
It's called the G League.
Yeah.
It's been around for like 15, 20 years now. The LA's farm team plays in the same arena as the Lakers.
Oh, they do?
Yes. So, in theory, Bronny could play for that team and still be around his dad all the time.
Okay.
So there's no guarantee that he even makes this Lakers roster, although I don't know. I mean,
I'm guessing for the publicity, they're going to want his ass on the
They're
court
going to sell that jersey.
for like opening night.
but again, it's the Lakers. They don't need the publicity. You have LeBron James. You don't
Bro,
need
you
the
always got to
publicity.
be selling, baby.
Shut up.
Always got to be selling. You got to get that coin and put it in a till.
Well, speaking of coin,
Yeah.
if you have a lot of coin, you got to put it somewhere safe,
Yeah.
somewhere no one else can get it. And that's what one man in Chilai decided he was going to do, only to discover that plan was not as safe as he thought.
He got cleaned out.
He did, and it sucks. And it sucks. But what's most interesting about this story is not the actual crime. It's what he saw as his most important valuables.
Oh.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
do you have a safe?
Yes, we do.
Oh, is
and
that
I
where
don't like it.
Is that where you keep all your talent? Why don't you like it?
Because I am against home safe.
Okay.
I'm a bank safe guy.
Lots of people have home
Yeah,
safe.
I think it's, yeah.
Okay, right. And when you have a home safe, there are things that are very, very valuable that you put in to
Well,
protect.
you should, yeah.
I mean, Tommy, when you see a safe, you assume that everything inside that safe is worth something, right?
Well, yeah, that's why you put it there.
Yeah.
You lock it.
Maybe not.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room. That's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning. It's Friday. You know what that means.
We're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Also just after 7 o'clock. 4th of July next week.
Yeah.
Parties, all this stuff coming up. Fireworks, of the non-sanctioned kind.
Yeah.
And that leads us to a Facebook message we got earlier this week from a woman who I believe wants us to bitch shame her husband
Yeah.
into doing something he doesn't want to do.
This is crazy coming from a woman and a mom.
Agreed. And I can't believe that if she listens to the show, she thought we'd be on her side, because this father is completely valid in his concern, even though if he stands his ground, it's going to change his relationship, according to his wife, with everyone in her family.
Damn.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The story comes to us from Chai Live.
What happened?
Police were called after a man discovered someone had stolen items from a safe that he keeps in his room. So not only is it a safe, Tommy, it's a room safe.
A room safe.
That's right.
All right.
So it's locked, it's hidden away, keep stuff safe while you're sleeping. And lucky for us, we are aware of what valuables were taken from inside the safe.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
1, $20 in stamps.
Okay.
2, a penny from 1972 valued at $20.
Oh.
3, $400 of collector's pennies and half dollars. That's it.
Okay.
So less than
like rare
$1,000.
coins.
This is what would be in a rich 14-year-old's drawer.
Bro, it's less than $500. It's a grand total of $440.
And he called the cops
Yes.
for his stamps and pennies.
I guess I would call the cops if I felt like violated, like somebody broke in, right?
All right.
Like you would call for that reason. Maybe not so much the value of things.
And I mean,
But you would
And
have
you
to
were
tell
broken
people,
into, man.
What do you think
This is
happened?
inside, bro.
Inside for
Somebody that wanted his coins.
Yeah, what do you...
How else could you get into that safe unless you
No,
knew
imagine
something?
though, like they see a safe, they're like jackpot, and then they get in there like a penny.
I mean, I'm sure they weren't in there with like a diamond drill and earmuffs on and stuff and being quiet.
Look, it doesn't get into how they got into the safe, but inside job, it's $440 worth of crap.
Yeah, I get
Right?
it.
So
man.
I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to go sell his coin
Pennies.
collection and call the cops? I can't understand why of all the why would
It's
you...
the saddest thing to report ever.
Yeah, not
forget
like
the-
documents, nothing
Yeah.
like important. that
Yeah,
you
you're
feel
right.
Like you
There
have
isn't
to,
even
your
like- yeah, like-
information.
Nothing.
I mean, forget the report. Why would you buy a safe for $440 worth of pennies and stamps?
Like I could see if you had something super rare, right? Like
A
with
collectible.
thousands of dollars that you can never get back if you lose it. But this doesn't sound like that would be the case.
It's like he's got a baseball card, but it's Honus Wagner's neighbor.
Oh, you talking about bonus Wagner?
Yeah. He's just pushing one of those old-timey mowers in his front yard in Long Island.
Unless he thought it was worth more than it was. But no, because you'd have to tell them the value.
The value of it, right? All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF.
My rare collection of paper plates. They're bicentennial.
How valuable should the stuff be before you invest in a safe? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because it is very possible in this story, the actual safe was worth more than the contents inside the safe. And I get that there are documents and things, like Kimmy said, you need to keep protected, that aren't really worth anything to anyone but
You just
More
can't
the
lose them.
hassle of it, yeah.
But outside of those, I want you guys to finish this sentence for me. You need to have blank worth of stuff to get a safe.
Okay. Minimum, a G.
$1,000.
$1,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other
have
than that,
much
I'm just
cash on
putting it
you.
in a drawer.
What's a safe cost? Like a safe that I sit on the floor and it's got like the
Like a combo.
You hear me doing the kiki?
Oh, you talking about just a turnkey?
Key?
No. The combo there.
So it's a dial safe. All right. They're probably who the hell knows?
You have one.
Bro, it's 30 years old.
Okay.
I mean, I would say, and so my brother has a legit old-timey safe.
Like a big one?
So those ones like you would see like in the Old West, the freestanding ones.
Ooh, that's cool.
So he found it in an old house in Florida, and he had it brought to the house, but they had to bring it on a crane. And it's in his garage, and he keeps all his weapons in there.
That was fun
like
up until the end.
But you can't move this thing.
Okay.
It weighs like 1,000 freaking pounds.
But that thing's probably huge if he's
It's
keeping
ancient.
like his
Yeah.
weapons in there.
I can stand in it, legit.
Oh, God, that would be great if the door closed accidentally and we never had to deal with
die
it
in there with his guns.
ever again.
Yeah. So I would say, I'm guessing a really good safe would be $500.
All right, but here's the thing.
A good floor safe.
Even at $1,000, right? You say you need $1,000 worth of valuables. I'm investing half of the money of my valuables to keep my
Which
valuables
means
safe.
I'm probably not even living up to my own standards with safes.
That's what
So
I mean,
it looks like
right?
like a low end safe starts at like $100.
Oh,
But that's like,
can
not
carry it out.
fireproof and all this stuff.
wait,
yeah.
not fireproof. Why get a safe
I
if
don't
it's
know,
not fireproof?
Yeah,
Yeah.
small safes with no fire rating typically cost between $100 to $400.
Boy, okay, so if I want like an actual gonna keep myself
You're
stuff
over.
safe.
You're at 500 plus.
All right,
Yeah.
so yeah, it's not worth it then. If
Yeah.
you have $1,000 worth of valuables, it's not worth a $500 safe. Kimmy, finish the sentence. You need to have blank worth of stuff to go get a safe.
Well, I don't like to keep cash on me, so if I had if I had over $1,000, I'm definitely putting it. I'm locking it up somehow.
Okay, but where?
Well, if I had a safe,
Okay.
I don't know if I'd go out and buy a safe for that reason.
Well, you think
by
a
the
safe's
way-
just gonna
But
manifest
well,
itself?
okay, like let's say I worked in an industry where I just had to have cash on me a lot, like that, I would invest in a safe because you always have to, if you're dealing in cash.
If I just had $1,000 in cash, though, I wouldn't put it in a safe because I'd constantly want to look at it. Because I never had. When's the last time you had $1,000 of like not that you were buying something? It's
Yeah.
just in your house with. It's $1,000 with nothing to do right now. I constantly look at
Okay,
it.
but here's the thing. I don't think $1,000 is as much as you think it's going
It
to be
is
as cool as
it
it
is to me though.
No, because it would be either 10 $100 bills or
What if it's all 20s?
okay, how many?
That's a stack.
How many
So it's
20s?
$1,000 stack of 20s.
Hold on.
That's impressive.
Is that 50 20s?
Enough, yeah, probably.
Wait, 5 20s going to 100.
Well, that's so.
I said no. It's 50 20s, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of 20s.
Okay, yeah, I guess. But like, it'd be like that thick.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's not that like it's not as
You want
impressive
like
as
a
you
lot
think.
of cash.
Yeah,
But I don't have any of it right now, so it would be more than I would ever see.
I understand that, but I know you're thinking.
I'd be
like,
a thousandaire.
But you're thinking like that $1,000 would look like the briefcase they open like in those
yeah.
movies for hostages. It wouldn't. Like I think you'd be disappointed if I was like, "Hey man, I put $1,000 in 20s in that safe." If you open it up, you'd be like, "Oh,
Well, let me be disappointed because I got zilch.
okay." Having a safe itself, as we talk about this man out in Chi-Li 252 WCMF, he had a safe robbed in his house. Inside the safe, $20 in stamps, a penny from 1972 valued at $20, and $400 worth of collector's pennies and half dollars. $440 worth of stuff inside a safe. Do people just buy safes to say they have a safe because having a safe is kind of cool?
I think that, and they think
Yeah.
eventually they're going to accumulate wealth,
Okay.
which they're never going to do. And so it's just going to sit there with like some, expired passports and some divorce papers.
Okay.
Well, now that I'm thinking about it, I do know somebody that keeps a safe because they have like family jewelry that they've inherited.
Okay.
And it's not so much the value of it; it's just like the
Sentimental.
sentimental. They, don't, you know what I mean. So
That
like
was
they,
on Granny's wrist when she took care of your grandfather.
Everyone knows women of that era took those bracelets off before they gave their father their husband's HJs.
They even took off their church gloves.
I had a point I was going to make, and now I got an old lady doing that to an old man, and it totally distracted me. No, I mean, okay, folks that have a safe listening right now, because I know there's lots of West Side Italians that are listening
my
to this
God,
show.
yeah.
Hey, you guys are safe people.
But those things are loaded.
As with what?
Cash.
Well, it depends.
Those old Italians, man,
Okay.
didn't believe in banks.
See,
They didn't trust the government.
You're doing that thing.
They were loaded.
You're doing that thing, though. Every man on the West Side is always going to exaggerate what he's got. So you're like, I made 20, 30 grand in my safe at home.
But them
hey,
old,
20, 30.
You don't think them old ass Italians, man? They're full of cash and rosary beads. Like, this is your great grandmother. She wore this over on this ship. She came over in the Andrea Doyle. May she rest in peace.
God bless.
God bless.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Because I see you guys on hold. Do they work too? Like the average $500 safe I got at Home Depot or something.
You could probably kick it open with a pair of steel-toed boots.
That's what I'm asking. Because, like, in this story here in Chile, going back to the story, it says this guy has no idea how someone could have gotten inside his safe. And it seems that someone managed to get it open, which defeats the purpose of having a safe in the first place.
I wonder if he had, like, a super common, like, combo. You know what I mean? Because you know how sometimes when people get hacked, it's because they use, like, password
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. So maybe he had, like, a really common combination that, you know, a thief would know or try.
That's a good call.
I don't know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
Morning, how are you?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, listen, my neighbor across the street, his brother just passed away last year, and then he found off his collection, which is Indonesian money that I haven't seen in the past 60 years. And then everything is still brand spanking new, still in order, like the cereal money.
Wait, so he found Indonesian cash in a safe after his brother passed away?
That is correct, yes.
Wow. What the hell was he into that he had serial numbered brand new bills in a safe in America, Teddy?
That is a good question that nobody can answer right now. And then he said, I said, Teddy, you can have them. I said, really? I said, yeah, I take it. And then I sent picture to my family in Indonesia. He said, how the hell did you get this money? I said, my neighbor across the street brother just passed away, and then he collected this money.
So do you just live in an Indonesian neighborhood where you just hang out with other Indonesians?
I live with Italian neighborhood, Tommy. Actually, unfortunately, it's not in your neighborhood.
Well,
But think about this.
maybe that's why Teddy got it. The guy went to him knowing he's Indonesian and said, hey, I
but
want
he's
to have
also
this.
Indonesian.
Well, his brother was.
How did that line
Adoption?
up?
I don't
So how
know.
much is the money worth?
To be honest with you, I haven't bring to somebody that he know about the collection, so I will bring it the one of this day. Actually, I'm going to laminate it so that way it will be safe.
Can you laminate and spend Indonesian money, Teddy? Because that seems like a counterintuitive thing to do.
By the way, you can Google how much it's worth.
No, I think he means like historically, if it's worth more than what it's actually worth on the cash
But you
list.
can find that out too online. Have you heard of a computer?
Actually, the money is actually... No, no, I don't. I don't even understand what.
Yeah, you're gonna
computer is.
take it. You're gonna take it down to the bank or some coin joint, and they're gonna clip you for what it's worth.
Okay, I love how you have no
Now
idea
he's
what you're
now
doing.
he's an expert.
Here
Bro.
comes Tommy Currency here to give you some tips.
You're gonna get
Tell me about
screwed, bro.
computer. You dumb like me.
You know that money's connected,
Teddy, thanks for the call, buddy. Well, I mean, that's
bro.
interesting.
Yeah.
Bro. That's some like deep like Interpol crime crap.
The Indonesian mob?
You don't think they got one?
Well, they do say that Indonesia is like the Italy of Asia.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is why Teddy lives in that
They're all the
neighborhood.
same height. Italians, Indonesians.
By the way, I don't think I'm giving away money that I found in my brother's safe.
Yeah, why would
that's a
you do that?
Good question. Good
Unless
point.
unless the money's not significant, it's just
It's just like kind of a cool collectible.
yeah.
Well, what if it's one of those things like, some countries like our dollar could buy like 7,000 of theirs.
Yes.
So it's like not worth anything.
That would also be.
But that happens in a couple of countries.
Sure. Yeah.
Like it's almost like, hey, you found some really cool Monopoly money from Indonesia.
Just seeing a safe sitting in somebody's house.
Yeah.
I mean, you have no idea what kind of treasures are behind that door.
Yeah.
It could be anything. And I think that's what's so disappointing about this story is when you hear the word safe, you're right. You assume that there is just gems or piles of cash or whatever behind
Rings
it.
and
It's
jewelry.
a treasure.
Yeah, so only to find out that there's a penny, some stamps, and a coin collection worth $440 sucks. Sucks. You're stupid. This sucks.
He's not even good at being a collectible guy.
Collectibles are expensive, Tommy.
Apparently.
All right, let's take a break. It is Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's creep time, buddy.
Yep, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. The creep cap coming at you. Also, this woman, I think, is trying to get us to shame her husband into doing something she wants.
Yeah, but this could go horribly wrong. We would be connected to it.
Horribly. Based on the story, something already has gone horribly wrong, which is why this guy doesn't want to go. And I guess this Facebook message, past the point that a woman is trying to bitch shame her husband, really sends home how this time of year, people will see something that is super alarming.
Right.
And completely ignore all of the danger.
And go back.
We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. family versus fear.
Oh,
That's what this really comes down to.
okay.
Because one woman reaching out to us says there is no way she and her family cannot go spend time with her family next week. And normally, when a woman wants to spend time with her family and her husband's holding them back, we're in the wrong. We're just being dicks. However, in this case, maybe not.
So he right.
Well, because Dad, Tommy, sounds like he's the one trying to keep this family safe. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Oh, I think we got a whopper this week.
You say that every week, and then it's always disappointing.
What, is that creepy enough?
What's that?
Is that creepy enough?
I don't know. You think you're creepy enough, buddy?
I think I'm always creepy enough.
Yeah, you are. We've never lacked creep in this room.
Okay. Well, let's find out this week, buddy.
Get a belly full of creep.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep gap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. You gotta eat. You got a boner. I don't know.
So there's something to be happy about.
Eating and a boner. Boner and eating. Don't
Separately.
mix them up. Well, what's wrong with my mouth?
Because you don't do
Are
it.
you anti-mouth?
You've
Your mother wasn't last night.
when normal bombs go kaboom.
Because I'm looking at porn. And I'm about to... in my pants. Got a leaky ass woman. Ruin the carpets for me. I could have.
Oh, no, it sounds like this.
No, that's your mom's CD.
By the way, hey, wait.
Bone down to the ground.
We acted on
She
this-
really likes aged sperm. She wants something more refined. It's very spermy forward.
It's a Chateau La Bille 45.
It's a Labesh 69. I had buddies that ran around with raw crotches. You kids today with your soft crotch, you gotta toughen up your crotch. You gotta build up a good callus of that crotch.
Well, that's a semen shirt, right?
Yes, but it's full of semen style. Old country pews may not be for you. I'll eat them every day. That's what Grandpa used to say. Grandpa died with a belly full of pews. If you're looking for a bone, this guy's available.
That's what you're saying to your sister.
Well, yeah, your sister can't have a bone. Everybody else gets boned. Your sister is too precious to be boned. You taking the big meat tour?
For Tommy Muley, who is very interested in the Big Meat Tour.
I would love a big meat tour.
I think Kobayashi might own the bull testicle record. I'm not making that up.
No, your mom had that for years. She ate them all. We ran out when you're in Texas. You hit way all the way to Laredo. Down to the West Texas, town of Laredo. I ran into Pat's full mom.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is. Creep Cap, CMF. So 4th of July is on Thursday.
Yeah.
Monday, we got this Facebook message from a woman about a party with her family, and we've been trying to do it literally all week, but between emergency room visits and new hats, it's been hectic.
It's been a full week.
It's been hectic. So this party that this woman writes us about, her husband is trying to keep she and her kids from going to. And it seems, Tommy, that this woman may be trying to get us into bitch-shaming her husband into attending this party despite his objections.
So what happened at this party?
So Jill writes us, quote, "My brother throws a 4th of July party every year, and everyone is invited. It's a massive party with a lot of drinking, great food, and fireworks galore." She used the word galore.
Galore. All right.
It's a family tradition I've never missed and I will never miss, despite my husband trying to keep me and our daughter from going. He says an incident last year with a firework that went off course means the party is too dangerous for all of us and he's refusing to go. Accidents happen, and I trust my brothers and dad who do this every year. I don't want to miss this, and I don't want to have to tell my family why we're not going because they'll think my husband is a wuss and they wouldn't be wrong. How do I get him to realize, her husband, I believe, he's going? How do I get my husband to realize he's going and this fear he has makes him look really bad to everyone else? I am dying to know what firework that went off course means.
Yeah. Sounds like it went off course towards people.
Well, that's just it. Did it get too close to someone? Did they fire it into a crowd? Did it not? Did it explode in the tube?
Right. Something went wrong.
Yeah.
Something happened that wasn't supposed to happen.
Which means you don't know what you're doing.
Well, I don't think anybody who's doing amateur fireworks in a backyard.
Right.
Agreed.
Nobody's a professional.
Yes,
Right.
right. Like, and despite the fact that you guys can all call us if you want, I've been doing it for. Shut up.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're doing.
Yes.
Okay. So it's
So
that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. After you.
I just can't imagine a woman, a mother
Yep.
with kids
Yep.
after this happens. Like, she's like sacrificing her children not to piss off her family.
No, I'm with you, man. I can see this argument coming from a dude, some stupid guy.
Right.
Whoa.
It's my brother. He's good. We had a lot of fun.
I was very surprised when we got this on Monday that it is a woman trying to bitch shame her husband into going to this party that he says is dangerous.
She's a bad mom. There's no other way to describe it.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Is this woman a bad mom? Is this husband a bitch? There's so many questions to be answered here. Kimmy, first thought, knee-jerk reaction, is it dude a bitch?
No, I think he's just. I think it's rare that you find a dad that wants to take some precautionary steps when it comes to fun.
But he's trying to protect his kids.
Right.
Well, kid, it says daughter.
All right.
Kid, duh.
And what daughter loves fireworks?
Oh, every kid loves fireworks.
And parades.
Yeah.
They love a parade.
Yeah. I never think of girls in fireworks.
Like, how do you find a way
I
to
would
be
think
like,
I
When
get
you go to a
scared.
4th of July event, like it's all little boys lined up to watch fireworks.
oh,
There's
that's
no
what
little girls.
Tommy's noticing.
Well, I think the little girls would get scared.
Of fireworks?
Yes.
No.
It's loud.
No, you
it's
don't get
scary.
scared until something goes wrong.
Well, then it did.
And, well, this woman
Yeah.
is a girl.
Yeah, what
Jill
if that
is a
little girl
girl.
was traumatized by what she saw?
I mean, look, I
I guess
wish
not.
I wish we could have Jill. If Jill, if you're listening, call us. Was your child traumatized by the fireworks that, and I quote, went off course in this Facebook message? All right. There are a couple of. It does seem this woman is trying to get us. She thought we were going to bitch shame this guy into going to this party. Which, if you listen to the show,
Does he not trust the other dads?
it's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Well, so it's her dad and her brothers,
Yeah.
at least according to the
Yeah.
Facebook
So this is like a
message.
family tradition she wants to
Right.
keep going.
Exactly. All right. So this whole message is surprising in every single way possible. First off, one, to the point you made, that it's a mom fighting to go to a party like this when dad is worried. Two, that she admits in this letter, without having some realization, that there's lots of drinking and there was a fireworks mishap,
Yeah.
right? Like she says that.
So the mix is horrible.
Yes. And three,
Booze
But
and
it's,
fireworks.
but it's also her family involved, right?
You're right, you're
Yeah,
right.
She's
But-
kind of defending like her side. I
fine,
guess.
fine. But you
Yeah.
would also say, if you want us to bitch shame them, don't include the fact that there was a mistake.
Yes,
Right.
yes, you're right.
However, on the other side, it is also surprising that if Jill, who wrote us this Facebook message, told her husband, hey, my dad and brothers are going to think you're a bitch, that he's still refusing to go and doesn't want her to go. Because even in his legitimate worry, Tommy, would you take a stand if it meant your in-laws would look at you in a negative way?
Yeah, because they're in-laws. They don't count.
Oh, you don't
Wow,
care?
you-
No.
That's a lie. I think
Like, I'm
you're
taking
lying.
care of my kids. I've had very few in-laws that I've enjoyed.
Okay.
Most of them I have not.
Well, but even if you didn't like your in-laws or didn't enjoy your in-laws, didn't you still care to some extent what they thought of you? All right, maybe I'm asking the wrong
No,
person.
I think
Not
he
the
does.
first one for sure.
Yeah.
Look, I know you got along with your in-laws from your middle marriage.
Yeah, I did. They were just phenomenal people. But that was so. I embraced them because it was such a rare occurrence.
Understood.
Like, these people were cool.
I get it, but let's say you didn't want to do something. You were legitimately scared, and your wife at the time goes, look, they're going to think you're a bitch if you don't go do this. That wouldn't change how you act?
I will say this because my late father-in-law, Tony, I had such confidence in that guy. You're right. I would go. Like,
Okay.
I trusted that guy.
More than
he was like a man.
yourself. Yeah.
He was like a man's man.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, he just knew his crap. So, to your point, yes.
Okay. So
I would.
All right, so either something went terribly, terribly wrong at this party last year where he doesn't care about his reputation, he's not going,
Yeah.
Yeah.
or he's confident enough in himself that he can look at her brothers and dad and be like, I don't care what you think about me, call me a bitch, I'm not going.
Yeah, this seems like it may stem from, other relationship issues potentially.
Yeah, okay, that's a good call.
Yeah.
A little history there.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this woman named Jill. She wrote us a Facebook message on Monday. She has a 4th of July party that she goes to with her family every year, dad and brothers. Long story short, her husband does not want him, she, or their daughter to go because of a, quote, firework that went off course last year. She, I think, thought we were going to tell them, don't be a bitch and go. She told her husband, if you don't go, my brothers and dad are going to think, essentially, you're a bitch. She says, wuss in the thing. And she says, how do I make him realize that he is going and the fear he has makes him look really bad to everyone else? Well, all right, how do you make him realize that he's going? Because that's what she sounds like she's going to try and do.
How do we help her?
Well, I mean, she says he's going.
She just says she's
She
going.
says, how do I make him realize he's going? I mean, what can you do to quell the fears?
You can't. And by the way, she's lying when she says off course.
What do you mean lying?
It's way worse than what she's describing.
Okay.
She's using the word off course.
Okay.
You know, like when they can't find the plane right now. Or like the shuttle, they don't know where the space shuttle is for the moment.
Well, it went off course.
It's off course, but it should be coming back into re-entry soon, possibly in 1,000 pieces. Like, she's lying. She's lying on what happened there. She's a lying, horrible mom.
Okay. Well, I don't think that Jill's going to be listening to our
Yeah,
show
I know,
anymore after your hot
seriously.
takes.
I'm just, you don't see it that
I know,
way?
I do. I said I was surprised. Look, again,
Yeah.
she could be right. It could have just slightly went off course, and this guy was like, oh, my God. I don't
And
wanna
I've
do
been around bad fireworks handling. I'm from the South, man.
You were part of the bad fireworks.
I have been drunk
Yes.
with friends using fireworks. And by the grace of God, go I, Pat.
Thank God you made it.
But I would never let any of my children next to my old buddies.
You
Ever.
would have if you had kids at the time. You
Right.
were 34. You could have had kids.
That would have
Very
been a
possible.
busted-ass Southern kid.
It happens. What are you talking about? It's surprising you didn't have kids in Florida by 34.
But as a...
It's surprising you didn't have kids in Florida by 16.
that I know about. No, I'm just saying, like now with my grandchild,
Yeah.
I would never let my grandchildren around my old buddies. Period.
No, I get that.
Even now, as they are aging and dying off and going to buddy hell, I would not let that happen.
252 WCMF. A guy with actually a decent theory here.
Okay.
Ben is on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you
Wait, this
guys?
Ben?
Yeah, this Ben.
I thought we had another Ben. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Why would we have another Ben? But anyways, first off, I want to get something out of the way here.
Do not say
so-
what you wrote me yesterday that I just saw this morning.
What?
If you say, he writes me last night.
Yeah, it was to clear up some old
He
business.
goes, listen, I came up with a new name for the band that Tommy would be in for wearing.
Wait,
that."
he's taking another shot at that horrible joke?
No,
from
it's
yesterday?
not that. It's not that. It's not even related to
Okay,
that.
go
It's
ahead.
related to Sunday. So Sunday is my birthday, and Carrie Ann, she bought a bunch of tickets, and we're sitting in section 205. So anybody that wants to come, feel free to come.
To what?
To the Red Wings
Oh,
game.
Red Wings
I
game.
would,
Okay,
I would
all right.
assume.
It's a
Red Wings.
Ben's birthday at the Red Wings game, everybody. If you
Because
wanna
what
go.
are you, 12?
Well,
205 to go meet Ben.
Get me out of the ballpark.
it's kind of a tradition for my birthday. I always go to a Red Wings.
How,
What, sitting in an empty section?
how exciting is Mace going to be? Excited when is Mace going to be when he gets in here? When he finds out big celebrity Ben will be making an
Oh,
appearance at the
boy.
Red
Oh,
Wings
yeah.
game. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But you were saying.
Anyways, so back to this horrible mom. Is this guy's just being protective of his daughter? I'm the same exact way. I have 2 daughters myself. If something happened with my in-laws with some fireworks shenanigans, I'm never letting my girls go over there ever again.
So you're saying when a man has daughters,
girl
they
dad.
become more
Yeah.
cautious?
Oh, yeah, dude, I am super protective of my girls. Although I do crazy stuff with, not super crazy, but, like, my girls love going off-roading. But when I go off-roading with them, I'm more cautious with them in my Jeep than I am by myself.
All right.
But you're looking for food.
He's foraging.
Yes. Like a Confederate army. They run out
I'm
of beans.
so confused. Tommy, what did you think I just said?
No, it's Ben. We're gonna let you go. Happy birthday,
Happy
on Sunday,
birthday,
buddy.
Ben.
Bye,
Hey,
Ben. Okay.
hey. Play ball.
Between all of what happened there,
Yes.
there is a decent question.
All right.
How much more? How safer men are after they have girls?
Oh.
'Cause,
Oh.
look, I will admit, my daughter softened me big time. Right? Like, you knew me. I didn't really
You don't
care
know
about-
what kind of, if you would have been a different dad had you
Two
had a
boys.
boy first.
Oh, I know.
or-
I
yeah.
know that I would be a different dad. Had a boy first or 2
Okay.
boys or whatever. Like they have definitely softened me, and I am very, very cautious about the situations
you
that I
have
put
to
my
be.
daughters. in.
Right.
Well, I don't know if you have to be. I don't know if it's like a chemical thing.
Just a natural reaction.
Yeah,
I
I
just
don't
think you think of your girls as precious cargo,
Well, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Boys
But
can be
So,
scratching dead.
so he threw his daughter into hockey of all sports.
she wanted to play hockey.
Yeah.
Shut up, Kimmy.
I'm going to introduce you to the most physical sport there is.
They don't hit. You got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF, the Breaker Facebook page. Dan writes us, it's bad when your wife is less scared of fireworks than you are. If my wife told me I was being too scared about anything, it would make me change my stance immediately. All right, so Dan isn't ready to bitch Jill's husband here.
But that doesn't make him tough. Like he's even saying, like, I'll just do whatever my wife says because I don't want to be embarrassed.
Well, yeah, it does make it more of a bitch. Good point.
It does. It's like you're literally getting led around by your wife.
I'm not a bitch. I'll do what she says.
Yes. How does that work?
We aren't thinking of another possibility.
What?
Is this guy's excuse to just get out of an in-law party?
And I can
possible.
appreciate that, man.
You know what I mean? Like, it's possible, like, he's just
Maybe.
like, he saw that opportunity
Okay.
and was like, nobody's going to blame me for wanting to keep my kids safe and also getting out of the party at the same time.
Yes,
No, you're
go
right.
for it.
That's
So
a
I'm
great
guessing,
call.
like, maybe he doesn't care what anybody thinks of him. He's just like, this is my excuse to get out of it.
Very possible. We got more Facebook messages coming in. Tom writes, fireworks are not that dangerous. You only hear about the rare big accidents, and those don't even happen all that often. The police don't even, the police don't even really care when you light the illegal ones off. Worst case scenario, they'll tell you to stop and go on their way.
So you never hear about the kid losing his thumb. In the news, yeah, I get it. Instead of breaking news.
I don't know. It is weird how, for some reason, people are so nonchalant about the danger of amateur fireworks around the 4th of July.
Explosives.
Yes, like it's drinking and explosives. Like if you saw your neighbor drinking any other day and then like messing with gunpowder, you would be wildly alarmed. You might even call the cops.
Right.
Right? But for some reason, like if your neighbor who's been drinking all day is like, hey, fireworks show in the neighborhood. Hey, let's light up lawn chairs very close to this explosive.
And watch. Think if you saw somebody pumping gas and smoking a cigarette. You'd flip out.
Well, I mean, that's not exactly the
No, but I would flip out. But to your point, that M80 hitting you is going to hurt.
Yeah.
A lot.
Hurt is the best case scenario.
Yeah. What is it, like a quarter stick of dynamite?
I mean, you always say that, but I'm not exactly sure.
I think it is.
You also said a chicken wing's 800 calories.
Yes, it is. It's gone up.
Oh, the calories.
Well, you told me
Inflation.
that making the chickens fatter now.
Let's take a break. There's no reason why you should steal this. I didn't think it was possible to steal one of these.
Yeah.
And maybe the question comes down to the security of this place more than it does how this was stolen. However, there was no getting away with it, no matter what this man did.
Yeah.
But you have to have experience to be able to get away with one of these, right?
Oh.
Which
all right.
kind of thickens the plot of what might be a theft of the stupidest vehicle you could ever try to steal. And we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. The question we need to figure out here,
Yeah.
why?
Okay.
Why on earth would this man even think about doing what he's accused of? Because this is something that we thought was very hard to steal.
Yeah.
And it's something that even after you stole it, you couldn't get away with stealing.
Like, what do you do with it?
Yeah, and even if you somehow managed to deal with those first two major problems, what do you do with it when you got it? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can hear our wonderful voices every
sure
day.
you can.
You can look at our beautiful faces.
We are watch us talk.
We have our live stream up, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. You can get us on YouTube at the break room, WCMF. I do want to say our last 2 days here in the break room have broken records for the amount of people watching the live stream.
Why? What's going on?
I think 2 days ago, people wanted to see if I was alive.
Right. Yeah.
And then yesterday, your hat.
Hat
Wow.
debut.
Hat debut, baby.
2 days in a row, they were disappointed.
Yes, they were. Wait a minute.
What?
So, yeah, catch us on the live stream. All that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, finally getting their money's worth. This story comes from just east of us. On Tuesday, a 29-year-old man was arrested after police say he stole a school bus.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Like a legit-ass school bus.
Like from a school district, it seems. Okay. And the story's even crazier than you think.
Yeah.
So
You made all the stops?
authorities say that morning before 8 o'clock, the employees of the garage got there and noticed that there was a bus missing.
Okay, there was a little space.
So, the bus was equipped with a GPS, and they managed to track it down to an intersection. And it sounds like when they found it, according to the story, the bus was empty.
So he was gone.
Yep. However, when they were getting ready to bring the bus back to the garage, they were approached by the 29-year-old man who had the key and a computer tablet that apparently go with this bus.
Wait, he was bringing the stuff back?
No. The 29-year-old man, according to the story, was adamant to these people that the bus was his and wasn't going to allow them to take his bus away.
All right, so this guy's really in a bad way here.
Maybe has an issue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say so, yes.
It's at that point the bus workers called the police. And I'd like to stop the story for 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
You didn't call the police as soon as the bus was missing?
Right.
Oh.
You just went and got it and
Right?
brought it back?
Yeah, like you went on a bus hunt yourself.
I guess
That's a good
maybe
point.
you thought, we got it back, so what's the point?
No, but you got to report that something happened.
I
Like
would
you got
think.
broken into.
Yeah, what the hell could have happened where there wouldn't have been a crime
know.
committed
Yeah.
in this story?
I would think you'd have to report that.
Right, because like these buses all have radios, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm assuming.
Well, they all GPS, apparently.
Okay, but
Some
like,
got cameras and
yeah,
all
I'm
kind of
saying
good
if you
stuff.
thought someone made a mistake and took a bus like that works there, you could have gotten on the radio and checked real quick. Hey, where'd this bus go? It only seems like there was going to be a bad scene when you found the bus, which it turns out there was, at least according to the story.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the story. The man who had the bus key and the tablet was the way he was acting. The folks there finally decided to call the police. He was arrested and an investigation started. And during that investigation, police say they viewed camera footage that showed this man stole the bus around 1 o'clock in the morning and then drove it right to the location where they found it at 8 o'clock in the morning.
And then just left it.
Yes. He's
He
been
wasn't like living on the bus or anything.
He wasn't
just
even
wanted the bus.
He wasn't with the bus when they found
Okay.
it.
All right.
So he's been arrested, charged with grand larceny, criminal possession of stolen property. And there is nothing in this story about why or how he was able to steal this school bus, which is what we here in the break room and you folks listening need to try and figure out.
Okay.
Because the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. First question.
Yeah.
How easy is it to start and drive a school bus if you have no school bus experience?
Yeah, I would think that'd be the first hurdle in your
But-
journey, right? Like realizing, hey, it's harder to drive this than I thought.
I'm saying just starting the bus.
Just anybody driving a bus.
Is it as simple as turning a key? Because you need a CDL to drive a school bus, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So it would be at least a little different than an everyday car.
But I think
it's
they're
not.
automatics or power steering. I mean, how hard can
Are they
be?
automatic? Because I remember when I was a kid that they had
Bro,
that.
you went to school 1,000 years
Yeah,
ago. I think they're all
I'm guessing
automatic.
the buses are a little updated at
Wait,
this
there's
point.
no clutch anymore in a bus?
I'm guessing they're automatic. Yeah.
You step on the clutch and the toilet goes flush. That song doesn't even work anymore.
No.
Hail to the bus driver. Bus driver.
I'm guessing they're pretty easy to drive as far as just steering and driving one.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. If I only have experience driving an automatic car, could I jump in a school bus right now, start it up, and drive it away?
I mean, they probably got backup cameras now. They have to have backup cameras
How often do you back up a bus?
Probably a
to
lot.
back out of a spot.
When do you ever see a bus back out of a spot?
To back up, you have to back up.
No, you don't, because
I've seen
You
buses
think the
back
bus
up.
only goes forward?
When have you ever seen a bus go backwards?
Then pull out.
No, they don't.
There
No.
are some. I've seen buses like if they're in like a neighborhood that has a dead end. Like I've seen them pull in and back up.
I have never seen a bus go
All right, hold
backwards in my life. And
Oh,
even,
I have.
Let's say where the buses are parked at night.
Yes, so most of
They're
the
in a bay somewhere. They probably got to back up to leave.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of
park
parking.
it.
There's a lot of school parking garages where there's space on the back end and space in the front. They pull the buses forward, and then the next day they just drive them out.
I'm going to guess they got reversed.
Okay, tell me one time you've ever seen a bus go backwards.
I don't know.
You never have. You can't tell
I've
me.
seen
'cause
a
I
bus
can't
go
remember the
backwards.
last time I
you're
went
making that up.
backwards.
I've been on a bus.
You are lying about backwards buses.
No, I'm not, because I remember as a kid there was a point where my bus had to like turn around in our neighborhood and it would back
Yeah,
up and turn
Okay.
around.
All right, so one person one time has seen a bus go backwards.
That
So
was the old
I'm guessing
buses.
driving a bus is not that hard.
You think you could get in a bus and drive it right now? Okay, then why?
I'm a good mirror guy, too.
If driving a school bus is so easy, why has there been a shortage of school bus drivers? One of the arguments being it takes a ton of time, too much time, to learn how to drive a school bus.
Well, I think it's more about the safety of the kids than the goddamn bus.
Okay.
Because now you're dealing with little kids.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. You know what sucks?
What?
We're at summer now, so all the people that drive school buses for a living are probably sleeping because they're off. So
Yeah.
we're not going to
Yeah.
get that answer. Okay, so then we get to why. What would possess a man to break into a bus garage at 1 in the morning and steal a school bus? And I guess, look, this guy seems like he's a little bit off.
Yeah.
Right? And even if somebody's not off, I guess you could see some idiot doing it to have a good time, thinking it's funny, getting
Right.
wild. But that doesn't explain the interaction with the school bus and garage employees later. 'Cause
Yeah,
he said
like coming back to get his bus.
yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is my bus?
Right.
That's a little bit.
It's a little nutty.
Yeah. Also, how did you get the bus out of the bus garage?
So think about this. Because he was returning, he had the keys in his hand.
Key and a computer tablet.
All right, so that means he had to get like into the building to get that stuff.
Yeah.
And then he also had to get out of the wherever they keep the buses. I'm guessing they're usually locked up for the night, like a fence.
Every bus garage I've ever seen has a
like
fence.
a gate.
Yeah, exactly.
So he got through all of that, didn't damage anything.
And nobody knew the bus was gone until they got there
Right.
that day. That's
So he's got a lot of skill for a guy that thinks he owns this bus.
unless it's way easier to get a bus than people thought.
Could be that.
Is this another one of those situations? Because we found out a year ago, and we were shocked by this, that at like job sites, they'll leave keys in like the Bobcats and
Yeah,
stuff.
and the bulldozers and yeah.
Yeah, because multiple people will use it. Do they do that with school buses?
And I hope not.
How else?
That's
Would
a
this,
lot of money sitting there, man.
how else would this happen?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they should stop doing that.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Chuck. Hey, Chucky, what's going on, brother? Chuck, you
I
there?
know you wouldn't know this because you rode a horse and carriage to school. But, Duff, come on, man. Every time the bus backed up, she had to beat the horn 2 or 3 times before they put a beeper on those things.
I've never seen that happen in my life, Chucky. Where did you grow up where buses were backing up all over the place?
Wayne County.
Ah, there you go. 'Cause
Got
they
to
only,
back up in Wayne County, son.
they only got one road.
That's
You go
it.
forwards, goes backwards.
That cow ain't moving.
It got really dangerous when they had to drop the kids off at school and the bus had to go backwards the entire time. Chuck, great,
Not all the time.
great call, Chucky. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. It sounds like Brian has some more bus information
Okay.
for us, which we're desperate for. Again, we're talking about this 29-year-old man just east of us who was arrested for stealing a school bus, according to police, at 1 in the morning, driving it to a spot, and then insisting when they found him at 8 in the morning that the school bus was his. How did he get the bus? How did he drive the bus?
Yes.
How did he get the bus out of the bus garage? Brian's on CMF. Hey, Brian, how are you, buddy?
I'm hanging in there, man. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
So, in terms of the buses going backwards, my senior prank was we gathered about 7 buses and backed them into the front of the school.
Okay.
So the only way you could come in or out was to go through all of the buses themselves.
Okay.
All of the entrances were blocked off.
That's kind of funny.
So buses can definitely go backwards.
Okay. So how did you were able to, let me start again. How old were you? How long ago was this when you tried this?
2014.
Okay, so were you able, with no bus experience, to drive that bus yourself?
We had one person who worked at the bus garage bring all of the buses to the parking lot of the school.
Okay.
And all of the kids who were doing this got in the bus and did like a 25-point turn to back it up into the front of the school.
Okay.
But we did it.
All right, that's pretty cool of them
It's
to
not
let you
easy.
do it, but also
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the liability.
In 2014, like I thought you were gonna say this happened in like 1995 or
Yeah.
something.
Okay, all right, Brian, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. So maybe it's easier to drive a bus than we thought.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
how much would you have to trust a teenager as someone who works at a bus garage to allow them to do a 25-point turn and not blast into the effing school?
There's no way.
All right. Mark is a bus driver, driver man.
He's a wheeler.
252 WCMF. We're going to get all our answers here. Mark, go for it, buddy.
Yeah, I'm a bus driver, and, you know.
Could you turn your radio down, Mark? Because I can hear myself back, and this show sucks.
Yeah.
Take your time. No big deal.
Yeah. I'm a bus driver. It's not that hard to drive a bus.
Okay,
Just got to turn it on, make sure the brake system's fully charged, push the button, and put it in gear and go.
Okay, so it's a push-button start, like my Honda Pilot?
No, it's key turned.
Okay, all right.
But it's automatic.
Yeah, they're automatic.
Cake.
All right. I kind of thought driving a bus was more complicated.
But it was back in the day.
Mark, you're making too much money, buddy. It sounds like you're fighting against yourself here. Not good for contract negotiations, Mark.
You're saying it's easy.
Mark, thanks for the call, Mark. There goes Mark. All right, I'm kind of disappointed.
What? You thought it would be tougher?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, look at those bus drivers. You want to salute them driving by. They're working a clutch. They got to watch the kids. They got to honk twice to go backwards all the way through Wayne County to drop the kids off after school.
Look at that.
Going back to the story with this man accused of stealing this bus, right?
Yeah.
It's not like you were going to drive that thing away and be able to keep it. Because even if there wasn't a GPS on the bus.
Stands out.
Yeah, a missing bus would be found pretty damn quick.
Also has the school's name on it.
Thank you. And an individual number for each bus.
Yeah.
You can't even be like, it's not the bus you're looking for.
That big yellow thing?
It says 282. By the way, is it weird that I still remember my bus number from elementary school?
Yeah,
I
that
don't
is
remember
weird.
that.
Yeah, because you had a different bus every year, didn't
Bro,
you?
I took buses all the way through senior year, and I don't remember any number.
I wouldn't
I
say
don't
that out
remember
loud.
that.
Yeah, 282. Bus driver Tony.
Bus driver
Tony the bus driver. He was an old Italian man.
I hope so.
Very sweet. How about one time? Real quick side story.
Yeah.
So, you got those steep steps down off the bus.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm standing up behind the white line to go and get out of my house. I got to be like 7, 8 years old, right? So I went too early.
Yeah.
He slammed the brakes on. I almost fell down backwards, like through the doors.
Right.
Tony, and he looked 1,000. He might have been like 40. I was thinking I'm like 6'7". He somehow gets a hold of my jacket with one hand on me, one hand on the bus while he's stopping into my neighborhood and kept me from falling out of the bus. And I remember
that's a power move.
it was, but it was like Indiana Jones, where like we both made eye contact with each other.
Coordination.
And I think Tony was so amazed that he was able to pull that off that he wasn't even upset with me. Like he pulled me back straight up and was like, "All right, have a good day."
Did the cigarette ever fall from his mouth?
It did not.
Wow, look at that.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good. What do you got?
So, a little bus information. I actually drive a school bus myself.
Okay.
Well, not actual school bus right now. I used to drive school buses for Durham.
Okay.
And you do have to back up quite a bit because they used to have a very small lot. And the reason that people probably are complaining about how hard it is to be a bus driver is because, number one, it's very expensive to get your Class B.
Okay. All right.
But they're all automatic.
Okay, all automatic, no more clutch. All right, again, Tom,
Power steering.
I would lie. Like, if anyone asks you this question again, all you bus drivers lie. Tell them, like, you need special classes. It hurts my hand. Like, make it sound as hard as possible so you can get paid as much as possible, Tom.
That's true.
Okay.
That is very true.
All right, great call, Tom. Thanks. Have a good rest of it. I'm just looking out for the bus drivers, right? Tony did me a solid. I want to do you guys a solid for the rest of your lives. The strangest part about this story, going back again to the initial story, because they found the bus empty.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
He almost did get away with it.
For
if he didn't
bit.
come back.
Yeah, right?
I mean, to your point.
If he had just screwed, short of having, like, I don't know, security cameras, if they have them.
Well, there's a camera on the bus.
Sometimes.
So I thought I would assume if it was a newer bus, it had it.
But
Okay.
within 24 hours, you're going to be caught. They're going to catch you.
I don't
It's
know.
impossible to hide a bus.
No, I'm saying, like, if he screwed away from the bus,
Yeah.
which he did, they found the bus empty.
Oh,
and
you're
they-
saying him.
And
Okay.
they hadn't called the cops at that point. They only called the cops when they were confronted by him with the key and the tablet.
So you think he got away with
He
it?
would have gotten
Yeah,
away
I
with
guess
it,
so.
right? Like, the thing
But
that's...
it's like the worst bragging ever.
I stole a school bus?
And left it.
It's kind of funny.
Like, you didn't make any money doing it, right? You didn't, like,
You just
cover
did it
a
'cause you
bar
could.
bet.
Yeah.
You just did it Because you did it.
I don't know, like that kid that called said they backed buses up in front of the school, and
But
we
as
thought
a
that was kind of
kid-
funny. Oh.
But as a grown-ass man, if you did something like that, you didn't make any money or anything, I mean, why?
How are you going to make money stealing a school bus?
That's why I say don't do it.
Okay, yeah, obviously don't steal
But
a
if you
school
had a bar
bus.
bet saying, like, man, I bet you $1,000 I could steal that bus and get away with it. If you told me that, I'd go, okay, at least you got $1,000 out of it on a bar bet.
So, you bring up a great story when it comes to the stupid things guys will do with bar bets.
Mhm.
Have you ever heard the story of the man that stole a plane in New York City?
I think there was a documentary about this.
Okay. So for those who don't know, it was back in the day.
Yes.
You can Google it if you want to. This man who was a former pilot said he could steal a plane and land it on the street in front of where they were drinking.
Mhm.
And they're like, no way. So
Yeah, I do remember this. I
he
think.
collects the money. He goes to the airport. He breaks in the airport. He steals a private plane.
Yeah.
He lands it on the, I almost cursed, freaking street.
But I think this happened in New York.
Yes. So years later,
Yeah.
he's telling the story about how he did it, and everyone in the bar is going, "You're full of crap." He goes, "Really?" Put the money up. They do it. He did it again.
So he did it twice?
He did it twice in front of the same bar on the same street. And if you don't believe me, Google the story. It's an amazing read.
Are we not watching our planes?
Well, I think we've changed. This was
I
way
hope.
pre 9/11.
Yeah.
Way pre.
All right.
And I don't even think the guy got in that much trouble for it.
Because he returned it safely.
Well, he didn't
No,
return it
because
anywhere.
the plane's stuck
Yeah,
there.
true.
He landed it on the street in
Yeah.
front of the bar. All right, everybody at home, we got to take a break. I really appreciate the call. 4th of July is on Thursday, and you're always looking for the coolest, most fun items at your barbecue,
Yeah.
right? Whether it's the stuff you're grilling or smoking with, whether it's the entrees you're using or the recipes, whether
Right.
it's the condiments.
Oh.
Because, Kimmy, fun condiments can make a great barbecue.
Well, I think that, but I thought you were anti-condiment guy.
I am
Yeah, let the
anti-condiment.
meat speak
Yeah.
for itself.
You
That's
should.
what I say on Saturday night.
You're 100% right.
So there's a new condiment?
This is proof that we've gone too far.
Oh.
We've gone too far
Well,
with
you
the
guys
condiments.
love this too far food.
You love condiments.
Matter of fact, you
You
got
do
the
too.
king of too far food coming in here in an hour.
King of too far food.
Dan Mason and his cockamamie baseball food.
That sounds like a country like near the Ottoman Empire, like pre-World War I. He's the king of too bad food. Dan Mason. We're going to tell you what company should have never, ever gotten into the barbecue sauce game and what they've done to change it. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. So this is a bad idea.
Okay.
Like a really bad idea. And I don't know how logic didn't get you to the point where we don't need this and it will only cause more problems.
It sounds gross.
Well, let's put it this way. This is not a company you think of when it comes to barbecue sauce.
Okay.
But they are trying to change the barbecue sauce game.
Ugh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. 4th of July is on Thursday. Ooh, excuse me. I'm gassy today.
You get a little gassy?
I am gassy.
What you haven't been eating? Is that cottage cheese farts?
Does cottage cheese give you gas? It's not farts because I'm still plugged up.
I will say this. My mother used to eat a lot of cottage cheese.
Yeah.
And she ripped a lot of ass. Have you ever heard your mother fart?
Oh, no.
I don't think I have.
I've heard my mother fart. Legitimately rip ass.
Why haven't I?
Well, because moms don't fart.
But it is weird, though, right? That I don't have any
You've never
memory
heard
of
a
it?
mom fart?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Right. It's very rare. I wish I would have captured it with a recording. You know what I mean?
For like National Geographic.
Yeah, it'd be like hearing like Lincoln's actual voice. So anyway.
That being said, 4th of July on Thursday, and there are those who believe that the condiments will make the cookout.
Sure.
And the more unique and rare the condiments, the more fun it's going to be. If you can get your hands on this, 5 Hour Energy
Wait, the energy drink
has made a caffeinated barbecue sauce.
So what does it taste like?
It tastes like peach mango. That is the only flavor they have right now. Peach mango caffeinated barbecue sauce. And it's
Why do I want caffeine in my barbecue?
Yeah.
It's a great question.
It's a weird condiment to put caffeine in.
They say it has the same caffeine per serving as 2 Diet Cokes or like a weak cup of coffee.
So you'd have to go per serving, which is probably pretty small, I'm guessing.
Like a tablespoon.
Yeah.
That being said, folks in the know say they are working on a more powerful formula that will give you more caffeine per serving in the barbecue sauce. And as of right now, they're just giving it to people, but you have to be on their site at the right time to get it. For example, yesterday, they put it up for free, shipping everything. They would send you a bottle, but it was gone like immediately. The next 3 Tuesdays, they will have limited giveaways on the 5 Hour Energy website to get your hands on the caffeinated barbecue sauce.
Because you could just have barbecue sauce and a Coke.
You could.
Right.
And you'd probably be there.
Right.
You could be there. It's like it's ecstasy.
Well, it kind of is. Caffeine ecstasy.
My fear would be, too, I don't know how this is going to affect. I don't know how much I'm eating.
Drinking.
You'd really have to measure it out. And I don't know anybody that measures out their barbecue sauce.
And I never want anybody to go, man,
Yeah.
the only thing this barbecue's missing is some caffeine.
Right. And let's say you get there and you realize you want more barbecue sauce, but you don't want the caffeine. I mean, I would hope you have an alternative barbecue sauce on hand.
You switch to the 5 Hour Energy caffeine-free barbecue sauce.
Because when I'm eating barbecue with barbecue sauce, I'm probably going to use a lot of sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I'm
absolutely.
saucing my you-know-what off.
You slather. You're a slatherer. And this sounds dangerous, especially if they jack it up with caffeine even more, because, they say they came up with it for the sake of barbecues, because they, quote, it helps you stay focused and it keeps the party going.
Keeps you eating more barbecue.
But it feels like, Kimmy, they might be involuntarily creating a Four Loko situation.
Oh, yeah, right.
Didn't we learn the hard
Yeah,
way?
because what if you have kids and they accidentally eat that barbecue sauce? You're gonna get...
And they're full of pork.
I'm not so much worried about the kids.
Yeah.
I'm more worried about if you're having an all-day barbecue,
Yeah.
you're drinking.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
There is going to be alcohol, and that could create a potential
You're
disaster.
speedballing.
You're gonna be
That's what
up
killed
all night.
Belushi, basically.
Caffeinated beer?
Kind of was,
No,
right?
it wasn't. It was the cocaine and heroin.
Right, but it was speedballing. You were taking one that was a downer and up, or you were combo plating them.
You should. Okay, this is stupid. You shouldn't compare it to a speedball.
It killed Belushi, bro. Pork
also-
killed Belushi.
Why wouldn't they focus more on like a breakfast food item?
Oh, yeah, to wake you up.
Yeah, like I'd want it more in the morning than I would for dinner.
Yeah, caffeinated links.
I guess. No, that sounds terrible, too.
What are you talking about?
Wait, you like caffeinated links?
Well, yeah, it would be like a sausage. They really give me a little pop.
Get the hell out of here.
But you can't get them.
Bro,
I mean,
you're-
it doesn't exist.
You're not going to believe this.
What?
I've been working on something.
What have you been doing?
Well, I have developed this new business of caffeinated sausage.
I just said it.
Yeah.
What are the
Isn't that
odds?
weird? I know. Isn't that weird?
Where do I get the sausage?
Oh, I got a kiosk down in the men's room.
Yeah, but what's it called?
It's called Uncle Pat's Close Your Eyes. I'm going to wake you up real good with my sausage sauce. I mean, there's a reason why nobody drinks Red Bull and vodka anymore. So inserting more caffeine into a situation where there will almost certainly be drinking is a terrible idea.
Yes, it is.
I would. Oh, go ahead.
Go after you.
I would also worry about your bathroom situation. I don't know how that's going to affect you because I know coffee for a lot of people,
Gives you
like
the dumps.
immediate, like they have to be home and drink their coffee. If you are out eating all that food,
Oh, that's a good point.
at the same time,
That's a rectal
Like that
disaster.
seems like a recipe for disaster at a 4th of July
Yeah,
barbecue.
your butt's going to look like a party favor when you get done.
And I know, Kimmy, you're thinking about having a poop at someone else's house.
But it's going to hit everybody at the same time.
Think about if you're like at a park. Like, let's say, because there are people that'll rent out those,
Yeah.
like, you know, pavilions.
Gazebos
They have,
and stuff.
they have
Yeah.
no bathrooms.
Wait, they don't have any bathrooms?
Well, they do.
Well, the
but
park bathroom.
Exactly.
It's
It's
gross.
like, it's one dumper.
Yeah. It's full of twigs.
I wouldn't chance it.
Oh, God, that'd be the worst.
With all that being said, I am curious what a peach mango barbecue sauce tastes like.
I'm not crazy about those flavors either.
I don't hate sweet barbecue.
I don't like fruit in my sauce.
You wouldn't know, though.
I think it's subtle.
I mean, I do like a sweet barbecue over a bitter barbecue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't want but usually it's just like brown sugar or something like that.
What's the difference between a peach and brown sugar?
A ton.
No, I'm saying it's a sweetening agent.
Yeah, but you're going to taste a peach.
No, but you got the mango in there, too. I don't know. You're a guy that likes peach and
Yeah,
mango.
I know.
I don't like fruit touching my other foods. Like, the one thing I hated when I moved to the South when I was a kid,
Yeah.
Southerners put fruit in salads, and it's gross.
Yeah. I don't know, like
I bet you there's a non-caffeinated.
peach mango
Peach
barbecue.
Yeah,
sauce.
it's
Mango
called
barbecue
barbecue
sauce.
sauce. Just go buy that one.
That's what I mean.
Okay, your favorite barbecue sauce, real quick, go.
Wegmans, Kansas City.
You're such a bitch.
You asked
I've
me.
had that one. It's not bad.
It's
It's
not
delicious.
okay, but it's a store brand barbecue sauce.
Yeah,
like,
where else am I buying it?
No, it's a grocery store sauce. Your barbecue sauce isn't good if there isn't some like funny name or a weird
That's
character
where
on the
the
sauce.
Shotgun Willie's hot sauce.
Yes.
Which shows like drunken hillbilly blowing away his wife with a 12 gauge.
For God's
I don't think
sakes.
that's the sauce I want.
For God's I wouldn't buy that sauce either.
Well, she's running the other way. She's got an ass full of buckshot. No, I'm not eating those crazy ass because I don't believe any of those are any good.
No, I'm
Well,
talking more. Go ahead.
I was gonna say some of those unique ones though tend to be a little on the spicier side. And I'm a
Now we're
baby.
confusing hot sauce with barbecue sauce.
We're talking straight
yeah,
barbecue
but no,
sauce.
some of the barbecue sauce
Ooh.
has a little kick to it.
I will say the other one I really like, Dinosaur's original slather and sauce.
Okay, now
is
we're
Yeah,
getting
really
that's a good one.
No,
But
we're
that's
getting there.
it's good.
No, Uncle Ralph's magic sauce is the answer.
Wait, I didn't think he's dead. I don't think they still
I
making it.
forgot. You are the least sensitive human being I've ever met in my life.
What? I just know he passed.
So help me God.
He passed like 10 years
You
ago.
could
They-
have said, "Oh yeah, but he passed." So wait a minute, he's dead. He's under the ground. No more sauce. I don't know if you heard.
I don't know if I want a guy that ain't around anymore.
What are you talking about?
He's not even watching a recipe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Half the food that you eat is from dead people.
I like Paul Newman's original stuff. Guy's still around.
No, so yeah, you're right. Because didn't we get a call that said they don't make it anymore? Which is
I
heartbreaking.
think, yeah, it was his business. I would say, Uncle Ralph was the king of this town when it came to stuff like that.
But then, like that sauce, that was the
Oh,
only
yeah.
barbecue sauce I ate for a very long time.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
It was special. But
So
yeah,
my
man.
wife likes this stuff called Baby Ray's.
Oh,
Sweet
Baby Ray's is mad
that's
good.
that's my favorite.
So like
good.
she's crazy for that stuff. I
Yeah.
never heard of it before.
Sweet
Really?
Baby Ray's.
Yes, yeah, Sweet Baby Ray.
Yeah, no, it's delicious.
Yeah.
How have you never heard of Baby Ray's?
I
I
have
thought
now.
that
we
was
got
like
it
a
at the house.
standard for a lot of
it
people.
is. Well, for people that like don't eat like bitches.
I'm not a big barbecue. I mean, I like barbecue sauce, but I don't like the mess.
What?
Are you serious? You are so. How do you say more bitchy things
What
every
do you
day?
mean you
Well,
don't-
Kimmy,
Like, if I go to
he
somebody-
just got a white hat.
Yeah. If I go to somebody's house and if I'm coming to your house and I'm dressed up, I'm gonna watch what I eat because I don't want to get anything on my clothes.
All right, so you're telling me that if you're coming over to my house and I'm making ribs,
Yeah.
I'm doing ribs, you're not eating.
I will have the ribs, but I'm not barehanding them ribs.
Well, you're gonna cut 'em
using
with a fork?
I'm
and
gonna
you're
trim
gonna have
'em
a
with a fork,
plastic
yeah.
fork and knife.
Oh
by
my
the way.
God! If you
Only
came
because I don't want them. I don't want. I'm gonna wear nice clothes and I'm gonna show up looking like some
So
schlub.
what if it's like a pulled pork sandwich?
Pulled
You're not
pork
eating
is
that
a
with
lot
your hands?
less messy.
Sandwich
don't know, it
is
gets-
piled
yeah.
on there. I got the little Hawaiian rolls that you love. Here it
Oh.
comes. Are you gonna lean your face on-
I'm probably gonna cut it into smaller pieces.
No.
Holy crap, bro! Listen to me.
And like if anything falls off, I'll eat it with a fork. I don't want to get messy.
As your
So
friend,
disappointed.
And I don't want to be sticky.
as your friend, never in front of any other person in the world eat ribs with a knife and fork. Like that's
I don't know if
automatic.
I've ever seen that.
It's a technique.
I would lose all. You've done it before?
Yeah, because I don't want to get schmutzed.
I would lose all respect for any man I watched eat ribs with a knife and
Because
fork.
once you get barbecue on your pants or your shirt, it never comes out right.
Okay.
Right.
We're going to take a break while I try and come to terms with what you just said out loud. People will talk about their spouses in certain ways.
Yeah.
For people that you don't know all that well, it's your wife or your husband is great.
Yeah.
For people that are a little closer, you'll make jokes about how terrible things are with your husband or wife.
Yeah,
all the time.
you'll make you'll tease him.
But it turns out men, way more than we thought, are talking about this specific thing that I would never imagine having a discussion about with anyone in my life.
Like talking about it with your boys?
Yeah.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. They say there are things you should never talk about in polite company.
Yeah.
Money, politics, and religion.
Yeah.
Sex is not on that list. But you'd have thought it was something that didn't come up all that often.
Yeah.
You'd be wrong. And it seems there are a lot of a certain type of people who, although they probably shouldn't, are spilling their guts about what's going on between their sheets.
In the bedroom.
Or above your sheets if you're a sweaty person.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. A new study, Tommy, says that 1/2 of married men talk about their sex lives with their friends.
About homemade poontang.
You got it. Let me say that again.
Okay, there's a difference, too, between talk about and brag about, right?
Well, it says, look, I guess brag would be included in talk, but 1/2 of married men talk about sex lives with their friends. Now, this ain't single guys breaking down women they were with the night before. This is looking at someone you know in the eye and telling them about the sex you had with the person you're sharing your life with.
Everybody breaking it down.
Is that strange to you?
So I told you when I was a kid, when I first started drinking, I drank with guys that were way older than me after work.
Yeah.
These guys were like World War II Korea guys. And I thought like what you do when you get a job is you after work you go to the bar and you talk how much your wife sucks.
Okay.
Like that's all these guys did, which is they just broke down their kids they were just miserable old men, right?
Sure.
And occasionally, like, they would talk about how they weren't getting any action. But it wasn't like they were bragging that they were getting so much. It was like...
They were honest about it.
Yeah, like, she's just laying there. She's uninterested, you know. Sometimes I gotta take care of myself after she goes to bed. Like, stuff like that.
Okay, all right. So you've witnessed this before.
Yeah, but it was all negative. Like, there was no bragging.
Okay. But, okay, in more recent times,
Yeah.
have you had discussions? Have you had friends talk to you about
does it even come up?
Well, you know the guys we hang with. No.
I can't. I mean, and like, here's the thing. There's nothing off limits in the discussions we have. And
Right. I will say this. The guys that I have been with, and I'm guilty of it too, probably started breaking it down after I was divorced.
Okay, but that's not married men. Now you're a
Right. I'm
divorced
talking
man.
like, exes.
Sure.
You know, you just crush an ex.
Because, like, 1/2 of married men talking about their sex lives with their friends, that's a lot of guys. And I know that we've become more open and relaxed about discussing sex, and that's a good thing.
But are they bragging? Is that
well,
how
was
good
that.
they are in
Yeah.
the sack?
I mean, it could be, but again, like, even if you're bragging, you would assume that breaking down sex with your wife with friends are off limits because there are so many landmines.
And I don't want to hear it.
Exactly.
I don't want to sit there and try to have a drink and hear about you pounding your old lady.
And you'd also have to some extent, if you're being honest about it, admit that maybe things aren't working out for you, or you could be doing something wrong.
I mean,
most
are you
guys
that
aren't gonna
open
admit
with your
that.
buddies about that?
I guess it all depends. I mean, even before we get to that complicated part, like using our relationship, Tommy, as an example, because we've known each other forever, and there's very few things we cannot talk
Right,
about.
we're pretty raw.
Yeah. You know my wife, right?
You know my way.
Do you want me to give you intimate details
No.
about my most intimate moments with a person you're going to interact with again?
No.
Because, like, if you were to give me a sexual breakdown of your wife, I would have a very hard time standing in front of her and talking to her down the road.
Yes.
And I don't know if that makes me immature. Does that make me
Man,
immature?
it's just stuff I don't want to hear. It's like hearing about your parents having sex. You know what I mean? You just don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
It
Even though
creeps you out.
Even though you constantly bring it up on this show.
Why just do it to creep you out?
Thank you. No,
But I
appreciate
don't
that.
do it in polite company. But yes, you're right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. 1/2 of married men talk about sex with their wives, with their friends. Is that a thing that you witness? Is that a thing that you're comfortable doing? Because, Kimmy, you brought up something a second ago. Guys spilling their guts, talking about sexual problems.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I would think that, if you're really having a discussion about it, there would be some fault admitted or some issue that maybe you're trying to feel better about. I don't know. Like, then that's why you're turning to your buddies.
But most guys don't have that kind of intimate conversations about any kind of feeling.
But if you're willing to have the conversation, I would think it's not all positive, right?
I would say if there was a problem to me, most guys would put it on the wife.
Okay.
Something she's not doing.
Okay,
like,
that's
I'm doing
possible.
everything over here, and she's just laying there.
It could be as simple as just, lack of intimacy.
Okay.
Or
Yeah, maybe it's not, you're breaking it down in great detail.
you could also be trying to see maybe if you do have issues on one side or the other, seeing if guys in your circle have had the same issues.
But you want to
But
hang
don't
your...
you wonder, though, who brings it up first?
Literally.
And that's, I think the hardest part of that wouldn't be so much getting people to engage, but who kicks off the conversation? Where
let's
does
say-
it start?
Yeah, let's say the guy was having a problem. Like he couldn't, erectile.
I love how
style.
you see that's a problem because we can't. This is why guys want to have the discussion because you immediately go, "Oh, your weenie not work."
Right. So
what's wrong with your weenie?
So who's gonna hang their limp weenie out there to be discussed with beers with buddies? No guy's gonna do
well, but
that.
would you? But I guess if you were on something that worked for you, would you brag about it?
No, because guys also don't even want to do that. Oh, you need a little pill to get it going.
But I guess on the other hand, right? Like if there's a guy that does use some kind of medication, using this specific example here, right? Like
maybe you would want other people know how great it is,
and he's there to help you out. Like I have this, you have this, we're cool.
I will say this for all my father's faults, and he had just a truckload. He was very open about all that stuff. So I told you, my old man was on Viagra before people knew what it was. I've told you this before.
He was a Viagra hipster.
He was. He broke the
Viagra pioneer.
He broke the blue ceiling.
Okay.
And as a joke, he would put it out at the bar when he'd have cocktails and friends over, saying it was a little, it was a pecker pill for you for later.
Yeah.
And guys would take it and take it home.
That wasn't cheap, was it?
No, he got it, I think, back then.
Thank you, VA.
Yes. So, as a joke, but these guys but he was completely open that he was on these pills.
Okay.
Okay.
And he also
that was your dad.
But my father was also open about telling me about him diddling my mother and that he needed surgical gloves.
Yeah,
he was
true.
very...
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been there. Whenever you're with your mom, you should wear surgical gloves. Because the one time I didn't, it started to burn. But you were saying, I'm sorry.
But he was very open about that stuff. So when I started to think about it, I would never have those discussions with my brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're all about the same age, probably having the same sexual health situations going on at our age, right?
Sure.
I would never discuss any of that.
Yeah.
My old man was just like, "Hey, let me tell you about my penis last night."
All right, but going down that road then, if men are having this discussion...
Maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah, to compare, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing, but you also have to make sure your friends are mature enough to handle it. Because
But maybe your
to
generation
keep a
doesn't have...
secret.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Maybe your generation now doesn't have the shame that my generation.
Oh, no, it's quite the opposite. It
But
seems
you're
like
more shame?
It seems like it's going backwards because your father was open to talk about this.
Right.
You feel uncomfortable.
We lock it up.
I have never had a conversation about sex with my wife with any of my friends. Because I don't want them to get jealous. Come on!
Yeah, it's all a contest too, right? And nobody wants to lose a contest. If you're having these conversations, everybody's going to one up you around the campfire about how great you are.
And I guess if you are with a buddy who is struggling in that area, let's say the relationship just isn't great, would you want to say how great yours? You know what I mean?
The guys would.
Yeah.
Oh, guys would step on the gas.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and they would do it in a subtle way of well, we're good.
This is
tell
what
you
we
how
do.
we do it because
Yeah.
it's so good.
Right.
High fives. The other thing here that would make me hesitant about talking about sex with my wife, with my buddies. Again, a new study shows that 1/2 of married men talk about their sex lives with their friends. 1/2 of married men. I always assume, Tommy, everything I tell my buddies ends up being told to their wives.
Oh, yeah. It's pillow talk. It's going straight to the wife.
All right, so if I'm having bedroom troubles and I tell my boy and then he tells his wife and she's a chatty Cathy, well, then everyone knows whatever issues I shared with my buddy.
He's going to get back to her.
Right?
Yeah.
Inside my bedroom. And even if that woman, who is also friends with my wife, doesn't voluntarily say something, I mean, there are those conversations where people all of a sudden know
Right.
without out and out saying, I know.
So, yeah, why would you say anything?
That's my thought. But again, maybe we're just immature.
We are.
No.
We are immature.
I don't think we're immature when it comes to most sexual things.
Well, we'll start-
You heard the show.
Other than the
We'll
terms we use.
We'll start giggling and making fun. And even if, let's say, we're hanging out with a third guy. Right?
Yeah. So third man in.
Third man in.
married man in the room.
And let's say, someone from down the hall says something about, man, I'm struggling about that. And we both do that fake, oh my God, man, I feel
You
bad
wouldn't
for
even fake it.
No, we would have to if he's standing here. If it's someone we're not
He's
close
standing
with,
here.
Okay.
we would have to. Yeah,
All
no,
right.
man,
That's
I
terrible,
hear you.
bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
As soon as a guy walks outside the room, we look at each other and it's like, we would do that, and it's terrible.
All right, hold on. There needs to be qualification here. If it's someone we aren't close
Right,
with,
Yeah,
right.
which is most people
you
down the
wouldn't have
hall.
that
Right.
conversation with them anyways.
but that's
Totally.
what if they dump that on us,
Yeah.
that's where we're going to do that. But if it's someone else that we know really well, I think I would have more sympathy if they left the room.
I
if
think
it was somebody you knew really well, you'd mock them to their face.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right about
Yeah,
that.
I think we would.
We would actually mock
Yeah.
them more to their face than we would
Yes,
after they left
yes,
the room.
Yes,
Yeah.
you would.
Because we've even made fun of guys' divorces, even though we're totally concerned about the guys.
Yeah, you're right.
But we'll still do bad jokes about it.
Yeah, but we're trying to make them feel better.
Yes.
Bring a little levity to the situation.
Enjoy your race car bed.
All right, Kimmy, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Would you be okay if you found out your husband was breaking down your sex life with his friends? Granted, it would be a really quick conversation.
I guess it might bother me a little bit, to your point, just because it would get. I don't know who else they're gonna tell. Like, I understand the desire to have that conversation and you know, amongst friends, but I would be worried how many people now are gonna know about it.
And what's the conversation, pro or con?
Well, that's just it.
Yeah.
If he was bragging about how great sex was with
Either
you,
way,
he's lying. Obviously lying.
Good or bad, it would still bother me. I
so
think.
you want to keep that private.
But what if he was bragging?
He
He
still
says,
bother
man,
me,
you
though,
haven't.
but you're still
You
like,
haven't in them sheets,
But now
baby.
somebody knows like intimate information.
Hot
and that's,
mama. Turn that bedroom into a sauna.
By the way, that's Kimmy, man.
I know.
Gross.
No, see?
I just-
See what you're doing? Or
Well,
you
no,
making
it's 'cause
bad
I
jokes?
know
You
Kimmy
did
so
this.
well.
I'm trying to be positive.
Yeah.
Saying
That's
you're a
what I
hot
mean.
mama.
Positive or negative, I think it would just bother me the next time I have a conversation with that person. Now what
Okay.
they know about me.
And the other funny thing to that point, if a guy were to look me in the face and tell me how amazing his wife is in the sack, I wouldn't believe him.
Of course not.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you this question. And I ask both of you separately. I'll start with you, Tommy. Do you think you can look at a woman, just look at her, and instantly know if she's good at sex?
Yes.
Why?
You just get a vibe, man.
The vibes are out there, man.
You know when you're talking to, like, the Ice Queen.
All right, so in that way, you think you have an idea
Yes.
of all of your buddies' wives who's nailing it and who's a dead
Oh,
fish.
easily.
Really?
In my head, yes. And I think every guy does that.
I think every person does that.
Okay, but here's the thing. Haven't you been around long enough to understand that the assumptions you've made have been wrong?
Right.
Sometimes, yes.
Like, are you?
But I'm
You've
now
never
basing
been
it on.
surprised by somebody?
Yes,
That-
but I'm
or-
also basing it on my own sexual experiences, what I thought was going to be great, which turned out to be a dud.
Yeah.
And what I thought was going to be a dud turned out to be great.
So that's what he's
So
saying.
so I'm kind of using all my past history on that person.
No, see, that logic is the reason I don't think I can tell is because there have been plenty of times where I thought, all right, let's just do this thing, and it was like, damn.
Yeah.
So I feel like there is no way to tell until it all starts.
But don't you get kind of like that vibe?
I
Like,
mean,
man,
you think you do.
Man, this chick ain't got it, man.
I don't know. Sometimes I would look at somebody and like make an assumption, but then I'm like, you know what? Maybe they're like weird enough where
Freaky
like
deaky.
they're into some weird stuff.
She quiet, freaky dicky.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think those are rare. That's like finding
I
the
don't know.
Hope
How do you
Diamond in the
know?
sheets, man.
So, Kimmy, do you think you could look at somebody and know if
Not-
they're good
nope,
at sex?
I
Not
don't
at
think
all.
so at all.
Okay. Is it different for men?
What, you think I suck?
Well, you just suck in general.
You don't think I'm a good lover?
All right, let me ask you a question.
I actually never said that, but you're right.
Hey, you don't think I got it?
Look at the way you dress.
I'm smooth. I'm dapper. And
I know. No, here's the thing about Tommy. Like, he would take off his clothes, but have to like hang them up before anything happens.
but when I get on
wait,
top,
it's gonna get wrinkled. Don't sit there.
but when I get up top, I'm dainty. I don't hurt.
Okay.
I'm a nice little ride.
I didn't ask for this.
I think I'm a nice little ride. It's like owning a Fiat. Okay, it's not a Ferrari, but it'll do. It looks flashy.
Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say one night we're all hanging out. For some reason, even though Kimmy is part of our crew,
Yeah.
when we all get together, the wives go one way and
Yes, yes,
Tommy,
yes.
me, and Kimmy's husband will go the other way, right? Let's say we're all drinking, right? You, a couple other ladies, Tommy's wife is there in a hypothetical situation,
Yeah.
and she's had a couple of drinks. She goes, "You're not gonna believe this. It's unbelievable."
Tommy's wife?
He's unbelievable. Yeah, like
Okay.
ecstasy takes me to the moon and back, and then there's a spaceship waiting for me to go back again. Would you believe her?
I mean, your wife is a very honest woman, but that one I might have a tough
So
time
you think she's a complete
believing.
liar?
Because I wouldn't believe Kimmy's husband,
No, bro.
and you wouldn't believe my wife.
Yeah.
No.
Would you believe my wife?
No.
I don't know though. I've seen you eat that yogurt. you make love to that yogurt, man.
Man, turn out the lights.
Oh my God. You get the tongue on that cream like I've never seen.
I'm just saying, man. Doctors don't show up out of nowhere for no reason.
And by the way, you're assuming like all the good information that your partner's sharing isn't going to be embarrassing. Like, let's say they love some embarrassing song that you put on or something to set the mood.
That's the least embarrassing thing.
Yeah, I'm thinking like some embarrassing thing I do.
Yes, or
with
like
my tongue.
Exactly, or any other part of me.
Well, but that's what I mean. Like, let's say she's bragging about it, but everybody in the room's like, "Why does he do that?" Or "Why do they do that?"
Because she likes it.
Daddy likes a little backdoor sugar.
For God's sakes, man!
It's just sugar.
Don't taste like sugar.
Oh, it don't. A sugar bite.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
It's been a really weird week everywhere.
Yes.
Everywhere, right? Like here in the room, we had an emergency room visit.
Yeah.
We got a new hat. Everything's okay. That's crazy. It's also been a really weird week for local politics.
What happened now?
because-
Oh, yes.
What do you mean?
Greece.
That's not even the story we're going to talk
Wait,
about.
there's another one?
There's another effing story,
My
man.
God, man.
And this is now the fourth instance in about 8 days of a local politician in serious trouble. And we'll tell you what happened now next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. But first...
What do you got?
There's an old saying, Tommy.
Yeah, what are they saying?
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Oh, you can get corrupted.
Well, that idea's shown up big time this week, the last 8 days in our area, because this morning, somehow, we have another elected official in our area that is in some serious trouble.
What'd they do?
Well, I'm going to tell you what they did.
All right.
What we need to do, however, is have a big time ask ourselves a serious question moment.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. All right, we need to recap here because it's been a busy couple of days for elected officials in our area. Last week, and I'm sure you've forgotten about this story.
Who's that?
Last week, we told you about a town justice from east of us that had resigned his post. The judge left the gig after being accused of sending inappropriate text messages to a court clerk.
Yeah.
He then says when asked by the court, the story says, when asked by the court clerk to stop, he tried to have that woman fired. Earlier this week, we told you about the allegations surrounding the Ogden Highway Superintendent. Allegations included using racial slurs, using sexual language to describe the peoples he worked with, wives and girlfriends, mocking the brother of one of his subordinates for having multiple sclerosis, shoving a subordinate into a busy roadway, using town and personal social media accounts to mock his subordinates. And we're not even close to done with all of the allegations that man was facing.
Yeah.
Then on Tuesday, Wednesday?
Didn't think you could top that,
No,
right?
I think it was Tuesday.
It was Wednesday because it was
Right.
back-to-back days. We found out that the former deputy supervisor of the town of Greece was facing felony charges after authorities say she used goods and services that were supposed to be for the new community senior center in Greece to have work done on her and her two children's homes. She's also accused of using a GPS tracking device on a citizen of Greece without their knowledge. You would think in 8 days, that's 8 days worth of stories. There couldn't be anything more. But you'd be wrong.
So what happened?
Steuben County Town Justice Julie Cuck has been arrested after being pulled over by the state police.
So what did Miss Cuck do?
They say she was drunk.
All right.
Police say the 39-year-old had a BAC over .08, and that's bad. That is bad. But it somehow gets worse.
All right.
Police say while she was driving drunk, she also had a passenger under the age of 15 in the car.
Cuck.
Which now makes this crime a felony.
So is that under Leander's law?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. She has a court date upcoming, which will be interesting, seeing as how she oversees the court where she is from. Now, I know we talk an awful lot about how many elected officials, especially judges, it seems.
Judges gone wild.
Yeah.
That'd be a tape I'd watch.
Do you want to see any of that? Plus, it takes so long to get the robe up.
Yeah,
Hold on.
It's worth a peek, I hear.
But it's even shocking to us that in just over a week, four elected officials that we voted into office are responsible for our well-being and making our communities run the right way are now facing all of these different serious allegations.
Yeah, I couldn't fit them all in my car. If I had to pick them all up, I'd have to. One of you can't get in. Cuck, you got to stand out.
We ask every time this comes up how it keeps happening, and we don't have an answer to that. But maybe, Tommy, we've been asking the wrong question.
Okay, so what's the right question?
Maybe the right question is, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why are normal, law-abiding people not running for office? And I know there are people like that that do get elected. So it's not like they don't exist.
Right.
But how are so many people that are getting into the most important parts of our local government acting this way after they get elected?
I think it's arrogance.
Okay.
It's arrogance, and it's just the ability to do it. And they do it, and they realize, like, maybe they get this arrogance of, like, there's no consequences for me.
Okay, but here's the thing. I
know everybody. I know somebody that can take care of that, so they just don't see it as a risk.
I would understand that take 30 years ago. You're absolutely right. I would hear you say that 30 years ago, and I go, Kimmy, you're right. That's brilliant. But, I mean, look, man. These stories are in the news, no joke, bi-weekly. I mean, I know this has been a crazy week, but there is a bi-weekly story.
We always have one.
And, I mean, there's been dozens of just judges. Judges. Think about all the other local elected officials that have made headline news for charges that they're facing. There is no way anymore that these elected officials think that they are untouchable because they look around at other people in their positions. There was a point where 3 separate chiefs of police were being sentenced to charges in our area or pleading guilty. We're in court within a week of each other.
But I'm also thinking like age has a little bit to do with it too, because most of these people, I'm guessing, are 50, 55 plus in the age group.
This woman's 39.
Except for her.
Okay.
Okay, that blows out that thing.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking like, like the older set, like my group, still thinks it's 1994.
Okay.
You know what I mean? We know there's technology, we just don't think about it.
Okay.
But I would think like your generation should definitely understand what's going on here and how you get pinched, and you got to watch your mouth.
Okay, but there's a couple of things here. One, again, this woman's 39, so that blows up that theory. 2, I mean,
maybe she's an old 39.
if you're under 40, right, the people that would be good with the new technology, you're still probably too young to be elected to most offices, right? How many people are going to pull the lever in any position? I mean, you see those high school kids that get elected to the school board every once in a while.
But
it's a cute little story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how many elected officials under 45 are currently working in the greater Rochester area?
I mean, we're also forgetting a lot of times, like, people that run, like, the second you start running for something like this, you're surrounded by yes people.
But these are smaller jobs.
You're going to face criticism, but I think
Stupid County yes
but think
man?
about like anybody in any
Stupid
type
County
of
Yes Man would be a great name for a country dance cover band.
Stupid County Yes Man.
We're Stupid County Yes Man, thank you.
Anybody in any position of power is going to have a following because it's people that think that they can do something for them.
Fans,
so you almost get this little fan club going, and I think that also adds to the arrogance of your situation.
So maybe it's never going to get fixed completely because it's human nature.
Okay, but
for some people, like they get in and they can't resist, like to Kimmy's point, the temptation, and you think you're powerful enough to cover it up.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Let's break that down. Again, we're talking about a 39-year-old woman. She is a town justice out in Steuben County. She was pulled over, arrested for a DWI, according to police. She blew over a .08 earlier last week. She also, according to police, had someone under the age of 15 in the car, so that becomes a felony charge. This is the fourth elected official in our area over the last 8 days.
And it's barely summer.
That have been in the news. You had the other town justice accused of inappropriate text messages and retaliation. You had the Ogden Highway Superintendent accused of everything. You had the Greece former deputy supervisor accused of taking goods and services to have work done on her home and her children's home, along with placing a GPS tracking device on the car of a Greece resident. This is in 8 days.
Yeah.
8 days. So to the point you brought up.
What's that?
Right? Are these folks with issues that existed before they got in an office? Or does getting in that office all of a sudden flip a switch inside people's heads where they feel like they can do whatever they want? Because it is hard to believe that being elected can alter your entire moral fabric that you've had your whole life.
Yeah, but you've never been tempted before. Like everybody thinks they're of good moral standings, but you don't know that you've been tested.
You're a town justice.
Well, but it's a level of fame too, especially if you're in a small town.
The Ogden Highway town superintendent.
It sounds so stupid to say, but I think that you get recognized by one person, and maybe it starts to go to your head.
And it's never happened to you
Deputy
before.
town supervisor in Greece. Deputy
But
town supervisor.
But let's say you're a guy that you weren't popular in school. The girls didn't give you any attention. Nobody ever took you seriously.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you get a little power in your hands now, right? You're not that fat little kid anymore that nobody pays attention to. Now you're a somebody.
Okay.
And you might start taking it out on people that are beneath you because now you can, and you're almost, it's like retribution for how you were treated as a child.
Okay, but if that's your theory, that means
to one degree.
But if that's your theory, that means then they were running for that office for some kind of
retribution
status. Yes,
right.
So that means they had it in them before. It isn't
It attracts
absolute
a type
power.
of person.
Yes, it's not absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's I have it in me.
Okay.
But I think you see this on a smaller level. Like I think everybody's experienced seeing that get to somebody's head at work. Like they get a different position and they kind of turn into a different person. Like you thought. Yeah, like I mean, I've seen it happen at the lowest level, so I can't imagine what it would be like.
You did. That kid. Oh my God. Yeah, you're the
literally
boss.
the lowest level.
He wasn't even the boss.
No.
So, I mean, why couldn't it happen when you're elected to a position?
Okay. All right, look.
Even if you get 10 votes.
You almost hope that these people that we're talking about, and again, all of these things we're bringing up, they are just allegations, right? But You would hope that the people that these people had this in them, if the allegations are true, before they were put in a powerful position. But if that's not the case, if the idea that any little bit of power, like town justice or highway superintendent or deputy town supervisor, means you can just become a dick or a danger to society, that means there's a massive flaw in this democratic experiment we've been running for the last 250 years.
I don't think so. I mean, it kind of shakes itself out.
No,
These
but
people
it doesn't because it keeps happening.
No, but they get exposed and they get flushed through. I mean, the whole system isn't corrupt. I just think there's like flies in the ointment. The ointment is still good.
But we
I'm
are
not here to
finding
argue democracy's bad, but you say, it flushes itself out. It doesn't because the next group comes in and does the same stuff.
But we also figured out even when they are exposed, it's still hard to get them out.
Look at what's happening in Greece with those allegations for the last X amount of years.
But I'm fine with a handful of bad apples.
Okay.
Because it's just the way the life works, right? Okay. You're never going to get 100% of anything.
I mean, are there good, moral, empathetic, kind people who have good ideas?
You
There
really
are.
do.
They
You
exist.
just don't hear about them.
Yeah, because they just do their jobs. Like they're the best politician you can have is a boring one.
Okay.
They just show up and they actually do the job.
But nobody votes for that person.
Right, that's the problem. Everybody wants to vote for the flag.
Exactly, and that's what it comes down to potentially. This could be our fault. Like we could
We
be
want
getting,
we don't want all the bright shiny stuff.
Yes, for some reason we're voting in people that keep ending up with their names in the paper. Do you have someone in your life that you think would be a good elected official?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone you think that would take the job seriously, that would care about the
straight guy,
results.
straight woman.
Man or woman,
Yeah.
right?
A
Maybe-
lame-o.
All right, so if you have those people in your life, maybe it's time to start encouraging them to run.
No.
Why?
What if they? Hey, you should go run. Oh, sorry, man. It goes bad.
Yeah,
But
right.
How could it go bad if they are a kind, empathetic person who takes the job seriously?
Because you also have to have you may be the perfect person for the job, but maybe you can't handle the criticism. Maybe you don't have a thick enough skin. Like maybe you don't have, the ability to. I mean, to some extent, like promote yourself or embellish and make yourself look like that person.
Okay, but again, that's the problem. You bring that up. Like it's not enough that they're kind and empathetic and work hard.
It's not for people, I don't think.
Like we had a buddy, Tiny Glover, and he was a great comic and a great friend of ours, and he's like probably the nicest person I ever met, like an angel. Like that guy, I would vote for.
You're right.
And then Tiny would go bad.
No, he wouldn't go bad.
That's my luck, though. But like that's the guy
problem
I
with
think.
Tiny, though, is even with the judges' robes, they still wouldn't have had one that fit him.
No, he was a big boy. But I would vote for Tiny because I just love that guy and I just trust him. He was such a great human being. But that's the only guy I can think of in my life where I would go, man, I knew that guy well enough where I said, that is just a great man.
Facebook messages coming in. You can always get
and your dad.
If anyone ever votes my dad for anything, I will come to your house. I will come to your house. Do not.
But your dad is But your dad has the jackets for like summer political runs and
He
stumping.
has the perfect outfit to cut a ribbon with.
He looks like
Do a
every
lot of ribbon
extra on the beach in Jaws with that loud jacket.
No, but here's the scary part, right?
What?
And I know you're making a joke.
Oh, your old man would win.
He would win office. He would win some small office because of the personality that he has, right? And when he got there, he would have no idea what he's doing, but that wouldn't stop him.
It doesn't matter.
No dad who loves free stuff, and I include my dad in that, should run for any office position.
Clean it out.
But like I've said this before on the air, and I believe this, and I don't mean this as an insult.
No, I'm sure it's not.
If Tommy Muley would have run for some office in this county, I think he would win.
Yeah, I think so too.
And that's horrifying.
Because he's got the hat for it
look,
now.
You're my friend, and I love you, and I will lay down in the street defending you.
I even got my campaign slacks.
I know that you would make a terrible elected official for 15 different reasons. But the fact that I think you would legitimately have a chance is horrifying. It's horrifying, Tommy. And even you.
Only in America, baby.
You know it's horrifying,
too.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Here's what's not horrifying.
What's that?
We got a beautiful weekend coming up.
Oh, my God, you ain't kidding.
And you got a chance to spend it in the best place in Rochester. Heard a big celebrity's going to be there on Sunday.
Yeah.
Our good buddy. Oh, by the way, did you know that soon-to-be baseball superstar has arrived in Rochester?
He's a legitimate superstar.
You got to hear about this kid.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. All right, I always say the best restaurant in Rochester is across the street at Innovative Field.
You'd be right.
And the Rochester Red Wings put on a fantastic show, even if you are just a casual, I don't even care about
class
baseball
act,
person.
class act.
If you are someone who loves sports and wants to be a part of something before it blows up, you need to get to a Red Wings game very soon.
Why, what's going on?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, joining us. It's a homestand, baby. General Manager of the Rochester Red Wings, Dan Mason. Mace, good to see you, buddy.
Good morning, guys.
Okay, first of all, this is the worst moment of my life.
What happened?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Are you sorry? You son of a...
No, I mean, at least I get to present something to Tommy and Kimmy today.
Kimmy, so Mace always brings in delicious food.
Yes.
Yeah. Very
ballpark
unusual
right
food.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Could you describe what Mace has brought in for us?
So it is a fried chicken sandwich in between two waffles covered in hot honey, you said?
Yes.
A chicken and waffle.
And
It's
it
a
is
waffle chicken sandwich.
it is delicious.
I can smell it. My mouth is
It's
watering.
Yeah, very
crispy,
good.
I can't
Yeah.
eat
a
it.
little sweet.
This is right up your alley,
Oh, yeah.
man.
This is one of my favorite
Oh,
things.
of course it
Chicken
is.
and waffles is one of my favorite things in the world, and I can't eat it because I got my wisdom teeth out.
I know. I feel bad for you, bro.
Shut up.
I
You're
took
not even
it.
gonna eat. No, you
I
didn't.
took-
You
I
didn't
took
take
a
a
taste.
bite. No, because I could see you took a taste because you pulled the fried skin off of where you ate the chicken.
Yeah.
You bitch. You bitch. It's like pouring a bowl of cereal and licking the spoon before you put it in and then putting it away. You know what we found out today, Mace? Tommy eats ribs with a knife and fork.
If I'm dressed up at a nice place.
What are you
No,
not
that's
dressed
a lie.
up?
You always eat it with a knife and fork.
Bitch! All right, so Mace, before we get into the excitement that is at the ballpark, you got some stuff going on this week.
We got a lot of stuff going on.
All right, what do you got going on, buddy?
So we'll be playing. This is our Marvel weekend.
Yo, because
All
you're
right?
wearing the Marvel Spikes hat.
Yes,
Very
the
cool.
Marvel-inspired hat. We'll be wearing this on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on the field. And the players will be wearing their super cool Marvel-inspired jerseys.
You know they're trendy because Mace called them super cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can check those out at all of our social channels at Rock Red Wings.
Pretty
or-
groovy.
Yeah, right on. Thank you. And so we'll be doing that all weekend. We'll be defending the diamond
Oh.
as our Marvel weekend.
All right.
So that's going on tonight. Plus
Tommy's
fireworks
out of
tonight.
Fireworks tonight?
Tonight we got
why are you
fireworks.
wasting this fireworks now? Save them. Why would you shoot your fireworks up when everybody else is shooting up fireworks?
Can never have too
Why are
many
you
fireworks.
pissing away firework money?
Well, fireworks not till next week.
Oh my God! Everybody's going to be shooting off fireworks starting tonight.
Tonight? No.
What?
Are you
No.
kidding me?
No.
Every jackass is going to be shooting their sky candy up. Save your money.
Save your money.
Go ahead, do it. Go
A lot
ahead.
of
go
sky,
ahead.
lot of
Go
sky
ahead.
candy tonight at Innovative Field.
Well, I mean, it is nice. You get like a nice 4th of July preview.
Yeah, why not?
There you go.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow night,
Uh-huh.
again, superheroes will be roaming the ballpark all weekend. Marvel superheroes
Question.
roaming the ballpark all weekend.
So like
Question.
Spider-Man. and
I'm not
stuff?
sure what your dad is dressing up as yet. I'm not sure.
Are these licensed professional superheroes, or are these weirdos you found that you put in superhero costumes?
There'll be Marvel superheroes roaming the ballpark all weekend long. So tomorrow night we have a Captain America bobblehead giveaway.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. And
Shut up.
Settle down.
It is pretty cool.
Waffle boy.
I love
He just loves a bobblehead.
I love bobbleheads.
Yeah. I
know you do.
love me some bobbleheads.
and you know what else tomorrow?
What's that?
More sky candy. Fireworks tomorrow night.
Go ahead.
And then Sunday.
Doesn't downtown shoot their fireworks off tomorrow night too?
Tomorrow
they
night.
do
Why
on
would
the
they do
4th
it
of
tomorrow
July,
night?
you idiot.
It's Saturday night, man.
Saturday.
All right. Well,
And
well,
and
yeah.
then Sunday,
Oh, yeah.
our own personal superheroes, Spikes and Mitzi, will be celebrating their birthday at the ballpark, along with with throngs of other Marvel superheroes who will be roaming the ballpark, defending the diamond. And
How old is Spikes and Mitzi?
How old are they?
Yeah, they're celebrating a birthday.
They're over. I think they're 20. Spikes is at least 24, 25 years old.
What'd you put on the cake?
What do we put on the cake?
Yeah, happy birthday. Kind of. How old are you?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah,
how old
apparently.
they are. But it's going to be a great party.
Yeah, sounds awesome, man.
And all kinds of mascots from all over the region will be there as well. And then after the ball game, kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi.
I always had a question about the mascot parties because other
Yeah.
teams do this, Tommy. They'll
Yeah.
bring in mascots from all over. Dan Mason,
Yeah.
GM, and the Rochester Red Wings hanging out with us. Do you have to pay for the travel of the mascots you bring in? Or is it like a trade where Spikes will come see you if you come to our party?
That's correct.
So it's very middle school politics.
Correct.
All right.
I invited you to my birthday party, so you have to come to I go to your birthday party.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Okay. All right. So Mace, I mean, all of the events and everything. It's always fun going to
Sure.
the stadium.
You're not going to be bored.
Yeah, if you don't.
Unless
no
Mace
one's
is
playing.
talking.
However, right now might be the most exciting time in a while to be a Red Wings fan.
What's going on?
Well, you have two prospects that are going to be superstars.
Correct.
Legitsky. Yeah.
So a guy who was just called up, his name's Dylan Cruz. He's 22 years old. He played at LSU, played college ball.
Man, that is such a baseball
It
name.
is. It is.
Dylan Cruz.
He is a 5-tool prospect. You know what that means?
You're in love with him?
Mace, you want to explain?
Can do it all.
Everything.
They can do it all, baby.
Can do it all.
You guys just got him last weekend.
Just got him last weekend, and when you pair him with James Wood,
21-year-old outfielder who is also unbelievable.
Also a very cool name.
James,
Oh, yeah.
James, if they had a first half MVP, James would have been the league MVP.
You know what they say?
Wow.
He always brings the wood.
Correct.
Feel free to hand that to your broadcasting team, right?
Yes, I'll pass that along to Josh Russell.
So you got
the voice of the
LSU
Wings.
guy in Woodsy.
LSU guy.
And Dylan Cruz he won the equivalent, the baseball equivalent of the Heisman Trophy when he played for LSU last year.
He became like this big viral sensation he just plays. He's fun. He's a fun guy to watch play baseball.
He's a LSU. It's a fun area.
And he's big on social media, right? Like he's doing that whole thing. I mean, this guy is a legitimate ball player.
All right.
And you have the opportunity, along with James Wood. So you have the opportunity to go watch these two guys that could be baseball superstars for the next 15, I'm sorry, my wisdom teeth, I'm drooling, 15, 20 years.
We're also talking about wood and waffles.
And they're playing together here at the ballpark.
Yeah, it's a very rare opportunity. They're both probably in the top 5 prospects in all of minor league baseball. All the guys that are playing in the minor leagues right now, these guys are the top 5, and they're both playing for the Wings, who are playing a great brand of baseball.
They're going to be crushing.
Yesterday we had 2 games, doubleheader. Came back with a 2-run home run, walk-off homer in Game 1 to win the game. And then we were down 4-1 going into the last inning of Game 2. Scored 4 runs and won the game in Game 2.
No big
walk-off
deal.
No
again.
big deal. All right,
2 walk-off wins for the Wings.
Wow.
Well, there's a reason why. And
Why?
it's another thing that I believe is new this year.
What's that?
What the hell's the rally gorilla?
The Rally
Oh,
Gorilla,
this
yeah.
yeah.
Is this new this year? The rally gorilla?
No, he's
So they
he's
found a
been
job
around.
for your dad.
Have you seen the rally gorilla?
No, what is
You
it?
can't miss him.
When the Wings are down, the rally gorilla, it's a gorilla that has a Red Wings jersey.
So you got a guy dressed up as a gorilla?
But no, it's a gorilla in a Red Wings jersey.
All right,
And it's,
where?
he runs.
Where?
He runs over the top of the dugout, and then is followed by his handler in a pith hat, who is always slightly behind the rally gorilla.
He never
zookeeper.
gets him.
Yeah.
Cute.
But it's weird, like the gorilla's moving slow enough where you'd think if he really wanted to catch the gorilla, he could get him. I feel like it's not really an escape gorilla situation, Mace.
The gorilla is pretty quick, though. Even
Yeah.
with his Timberlands on. He's pretty quick.
Also, where did the gorilla get money to buy his own personalized Red Wings jersey?
Well, we may have helped him out with that.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So you were able to stop the gorilla and give him a jersey, but the zookeeper can't catch him when the Red Wings are down running over the dugout.
Yeah, well, they're a team. They come out. He's not really trying to catch him.
I see.
They're both there to just inspire the gang.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
And so far, right now, after yesterday, because the Rally Gorilla came out yesterday,
Yeah.
got us another W. He's 4-2 on the year right
No
now.
kidding.
So
Wow.
when the Wings are
That's
down,
good for a gorilla.
and the Gorilla makes an appearance, the Wings come back.
How upset? Because somebody's working in baseball, right? And like it was their dream job growing up to work for a franchise and like work their way up in the system.
Yeah,
right?
be close to the game.
Yeah. How pissed are they when the Red Wings go down and they, damn it, come on, come back in the 6th, come back in the 7th, because I don't want to put on this stupid gorilla head.
Yes.
I have a college degree in statistics, and I'm running around dressed up like a gorilla in Rochester, New
In the
York.
heat.
Yeah, but people love the gorilla.
Oh, no, I'm not
You
the
gotta
gorilla.
see.
Yeah.
The
You gotta
celebrity.
see. You gotta hear the ovation. How excited the fans get when the gorilla makes his appearance.
It's a great gorilla.
in the ballpark.
It's a great gorilla.
But that would also piss me off
What's that?
because they don't really love me. They love the gorilla head. Like if I take this gorilla head off, they're gonna boo me.
I mean, heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Or the gorilla.
You're right. You're right.
Good point.
Yeah.
But As long as the gorilla keeps inspiring the troops and we keep coming back to win.
Does the gorilla get
gorilla
scared of
will-
those fabulous fireworks you're pointlessly shooting out? Because I know a lot of animals don't like.
Oh, you
and I
didn't-
don't want to piss off a gorilla.
You didn't see what happened last
happened?
season?
What happened?
Well, the gorilla came out when the fireworks went. He ripped a guy's arm off.
That's not true.
It's not a real gorilla, Mace.
It's not true.
Guys, it's not. You did not. Our rally gorilla did not, in fact, rip a man's arm off out of fear of fireworks.
Well, your dad would have helped him. He was stuck at Dippin' Dots.
Dan Mason, GM of the rest of Red Wings. Okay, this weekend, along with James Wood and Dylan Cruz, prospects you have to go
So
see.
you're going to see some fabulous baseball.
Not only that, Marvel Weekend.
Marvel weekend, all weekend. Boys will be wearing their Marvel-inspired hats and jerseys. We got fireworks tonight. We got fireworks tomorrow, as well as a Captain America bobblehead giveaway. And then Spikes and Mitzi's birthday on Sunday. And kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi. And Marvel superheroes roaming the ballpark, defending the diamond all weekend long.
Mace, always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me,
I'll
guys.
be next time you come in, I'll be expecting my waffle and chicken sandwich.
Well, I don't know. Who knows what will be coming next
Might
time.
be soup.
I'm going to spread more rumors about the gorilla.
Don't you be doing that.
Mace, always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Of course. Red Wings fans are pretty laid back, cool fans.
Oh, yeah, it's baseball.
I mean, you've never seen a fight.
No.
At Innovative
It's
Field.
chill.
Because if it did happen, security would not be fast enough to get there.
boy.
However,
Yeah.
there are some fans you don't want to hang out with.
At the ballpark.
Not at the ballpark, anywhere.
Oh.
And something happened to Kimmy while she was in Vegas that sends this point home.
Oh.
And we'll get to it next
All
year
right.
in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The word fan, as Tommy likes to remind us every once in a while, is short for fanatic. Right? Something you obsess over. So if you're a big fan of something, someone, you can be forgiven for getting overly excited, maybe even a little annoying sometimes.
But how far do you go?
Well, that's it.
Right.
Sometimes, Tommy, fans can't be forgiven.
Yes.
And for whatever reason, there are some groups, sports teams, other things where when you find out someone's a fan of them, you know it's about to get rough.
Yeah. Head for the hills.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30ish this morning. It's Friday, you know what that means.
Oh, you're a little creepy.
That's right. And a man who is putting out his first album in 30 years.
Oh, God, this stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not his first album. He's putting out an album from 30 years ago, despite the fact that he died 20 years ago.
You're kidding me.
It's a big name, too. It's a huge name.
But is it necessary?
We'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So Kimmy jet set off to Vegas last week. And again, I wanted to do the story earlier this week, but it's been a chaotic week here in the break room.
Yeah.
That's my fault. So Kimmy, your husband loves the Dead.
Yeah.
And he wanted to get all of the Dead merchandise.
The whole experience while we were there.
So-
because they have some other stuff set up around Vegas that you can go look at. So prior to the show... they have this thing called I think it's called the Dead Experience or something. And
Didn't
you go
get that
through,
on your honeymoon?
It's like a 2-floor.
She doesn't even listen to
Yeah,
I
I
know.
don't.
It's quality material here.
He's working without a neck here.
It's 2 floors, and it's basically like a Dead museum.
Oh, but
in
you
a
can buy
way.
stuff?
And it has all the concert merchandise,
Right.
so you can buy the posters, the T-shirts, whatever there. So we go there early. And there's a little bit of a line for everything, so you're going to have to wait. And while we were in line waiting to buy this poster, we turn around and maybe 3 or 4 people behind us, there's a guy in fully decked out in Bills gear.
Hey, all right.
Oh.
Bills gear. Woo.
Wow.
Go Bills. In
That's
Vegas,
kinda-
too.
Yeah, in
That's
Vegas,
kinda
what are the
weird.
odds?
Bills Mafia is everywhere.
Yeah.
No, but you're going to a Dead thing. You think you'd be in your Dead gear.
Well, here's why.
Because they have gear.
Well, we made a mistake
Oh.
because we turned around and we said, "Go Bills," because you usually, you do that, and and we're like, "Hey, we're the same people, right?"
Yeah, you're Bills fans
Yeah,
and Dead fans.
right. So we just figured we'd get a Go Bills back. Not so fast, buddy.
So what happened?
So the second we said "Go Bills," this guy, it was almost like he was just waiting to unload. Diggs was the problem, right, guys?
Oh, no.
Right, guys? I'm telling you, Diggs the whole time, he's the reason. He's the reason we didn't get to a Super Bowl. What do you guys think? And we're like,
Oh, God.
oh no. And not only that, but we're having this interaction between, there are people in between us.
Yeah.
So he's yelling to us about the Bills, and we're kind of yeah, I don't know, and
But now
trying
they're
to
starting
trying to end the conversation, but he keeps going because he's like, these people are Bills fans. This is what they want to talk about. And I realized in that moment the mistake we made, because not only did we say "Go Bills" to a Bills fan, but we are also both standing in line for a cult-like show
The
on
Dead.
its own.
Yep.
So we have interacted with a person who is a part of 2 cults
Yes.
that we are also involved in.
Now, did you say he was wearing the Dead Bills merchandise
So
too?
he had the Bills
Oh.
hat, and then I think his shirt was something like Dead/Bills. Those.
They make that?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
there's a
they-
ton
yeah.
of it.
Yeah.
Every show they played in Buffalo, wherever
Yeah.
the Bills were playing, they would make a shirt for it. And if you walk around to the parking lot,
They're
they have a
selling
ton
it.
of Dead Bear, Dead
Yeah.
stuff,
Yeah.
Bills logo stuff.
Yeah. So we made a huge mistake because we still had quite a ways to go in line.
No, you're right,
Ooh.
because the combination Bills fan, Deadhead has to be the hardest fan combo to have. Because, Kimmy, to be a fan of both of those things, you have to be dedicated and deep in both
Oh yeah,
of those worlds.
yeah. You are ready to have a deep conversation about either of those things at any given moment.
You got it. And that dude will never go away. As long as you are there, he will not stop talking.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's lonely.
Yeah.
He is.
Here's the question.
What?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the worst fan to get stuck in a conversation with?
Of anything.
Sports teams,
Yeah.
musicians, groups, movies, series of television, games, whatever. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You find out this person is into this thing, and you know the next couple of minutes are going to suck.
Even if you like that thing,
Yes.
too.
They
You know?
can ruin it for you.
Yeah.
Is there anything that pops in your head immediately?
So I always hate people that are deep fans of a movie, and they will break it down almost like frame by frame.
You're saying
for
any
you.
movie?
Any movie, and they start breaking it down frame by frame. There's a guy on another station here in town that loves one movie, and he doesn't shut up about it. And he will talk about the movie Jaws forever. This movie came out when I hadn't graduated high school. Jaws came out in 1975.
Okay.
He will talk about it like he just saw it for the first time yesterday. And it's so annoying, man. Like, I don't care that much. I'm rooting for the fish. But anybody that breaks down like a TV show
You
that they
do this
love,
all the time.
No, she's right. And you get mad at me when I get mad at you for doing what you're describing.
You do this daily. And even if I tell you, because like we do share a lot of the same shows that we break down. But then every once in a while, you will start to watch something that I have not seen, or I'll tell you I don't have that streaming service. But you're like, you got to watch it, and then you'll continue to tell me all about it anyways.
You are the monster you despise.
So I got this buddy, too. He's a Simpsons fan. And he will go on and on about Simpsons that I haven't seen. And he will get mad at me because I dropped off The Simpsons about 10 years ago. And he's been trying to get me to watch The Simpsons ever since.
I only reference
I'm talking about you. I got
Simpsons episodes up to season 10 with you. And the fact that you don't know these
But
references,
only because you realize I drop off like a cliff.
Yes, no, but I'm going out of my way to make sure. And by the way, Simpsons is something you're supposed to obsess about. The entire country shared that for a very long time.
Here
No,
we
shut
go.
up. Shut up.
Simpson car alarm.
I wore my Kalav Kalash t-shirt, and you didn't get it, and I was furious. I bought that shirt just to get you to giggle when I walked in the room, and it took 2 hours, and you had to ask me about it. I was so mad at you.
So we are both that person.
Yeah. I think
we
everybody
are that guy
has
in
something
line.
like that.
Do you? What's Kimmy's? Kimmy, you don't love anything.
Oh,
You're soulless.
Speaking of TV shows, I'll do that about The Office, and I'm always shocked if nobody has any idea what I'm talking
You've
about.
never done that to us.
You've never even. I didn't even know you were a fan of it.
Well,
Did
I
you
don't
know
know?
that?
Like
No.
if it comes up in some way, shape, or form.
Mace's been here for Office Night. You've never said anything when he's had characters from The Office here.
Characters. You got the characters, Tommy. You gotta catch the chicken.
Nothing.
But I can tell when somebody doesn't want to talk about something, so I'm not usually one to like volunteer that information.
I'm a sensitive type. I can read a room,
Call me
man.
an empath. It's so nice.
No,
I'm
because
so
I've told you
cool.
guys things, and then like a week later, I'll tell you again. You guys will look at me like, "Wait, you are? You did? Since when?"
That's not
I will
true.
say things multiple times, and you're not even listening.
I listen.
That's not true. Remember
False.
that time where the last time she went out to the West Coast, we didn't know where she was or why she was there or when she was
Yes.
coming back? 252 WCMF 252-9263. Folks are already writing us. The worst fan to get stuck in a conversation with. They're going to annoy you. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to know when to stop. Kyle writes us on Instagram, Bitcoin, you're effed. Great call. Someone did a Bitcoin.
Any new trendy thing like that? Yeah.
I mean, for whatever reason, Bitcoin seems to be one
It's
of
the
the
Tough
worst.
Mudder of coins.
That's a great call.
Yeah.
Tough Mudder guy and Bitcoin are the same thing. Kimmy, there's one recently that has really bothered me.
Okay.
Adult Harry Potter fans.
Well, I mean, those were just Harry Potter fans.
No, but
they're lifelong Harry Potter fans,
I
right?
understand.
Because I know a lot of adults that got into it as adults.
Okay, you're right. Harry Potter fans that have become adults. And
Yeah.
look, I don't want to take away your joy, and good for you that you're latching onto a book for the last 25 years, but nobody cares. And not everything in your life has to be themed to Harry Potter, and it's not like it's cute and kitschy. It's weird as hell. And I get that it gives you hope that you're some underappreciated, amazing person that's going to have a transformation into a wizard, and I hope that happens to you. But when you get stuck with two grown Harry Potter fans that find out they're Harry Potter fans together, you want to stab your ears out with a pencil.
because it looks foolish.
Inside jokes and forced laughter because like neither of them want to look like less of a fan, and like they start saying like what group they would be a part. I never read Harry Potter. Hufflepuff. What's that name?
What's the name? I don't even know what you're asking.
Okay, I don't know. Like, I hear words every once in a while.
What's it called?
Hufflepuff.
It's like
oh, that's
one
your
of
mom's
the-
Saturday night. Harry Potter.
What is that?
No, I did find out there was a woman here in town.
Okay.
And I was shocked when I told you guys this. She was a deep fan of the TV show Golden Girls.
But, okay.
And she actually went to like a Comic-Con for the Golden Girls where you just went to, I think it was in Cleveland, where you went and hung out and the whole cast is dead. Like, there's nobody
Yes.
left from Golden Girls. Like, even the side characters have checked out. But she went to this Golden Girls convention to buy Golden Girls stuff.
It is funny because there was a time.
There was a time.
A Golden Girls time.
When you could be an extreme fan of something or somebody and nobody would really know about it. But I think now it's so easy to get wrapped up in a fan base or a community just because of like social media and like these conventions that have like are huge now for people to attend and they travel. It's so much easier to find that community.
You're right.
But
than
it's
it
the
used to be.
saddest community, man.
Golden Girls blew up.
Again, like with the
Blew
younger
up,
generation,
yes.
like I know younger people like your age and younger that watch it now on reruns. I'm going, it can't hold up. It's a bunch of weird ass, ugly old women in Miami.
I mean,
you could go down there and watch that live.
But in a world that's like scary and like there's a lot of like
I
things that
know.
make you feel uncomfortable, like it is just a nice, fun show where it's like it's kind of edgy, but in the end everything works out.
Yeah, I guess that had something for everybody, right? Like all those women had different personalities.
Thank you for being a friend.
Yeah.
And by the way, Cheech is still around, and he was a side character in Golden Girls.
Wait, Cheech was?
Wasn't he on that show where they
Wait,
ended
Cheech and Chong.
They
Cheech.
wasn't he a side character on the second show they did where they ran a hotel for a little while?
Oh.
Wait, there was a
Wait,
spinoff
what?
of the Golden Girls?
Oh yeah.
There
You don't
was?
remember that?
I didn't even know that.
You don't
No,
remember
I didn't know that.
Kimmy's on it.
I have
It was
never
something like
seen.
Wrinkly Hotel or something.
I don't think I've ever seen an actual full episode of the Golden Girls.
I haven't either.
But I know, like my
The
sister was
Golden
in.
Palace?
That's the one.
Oh, I thought that was a sex tape.
Yeah, you know it was. It got really weird by episode 5. I'm sorry. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about the fan base you want to avoid. Kimmy, well, in Vegas, got stuck talking to forever.
Double whammy.
Yep, a diehard Bills fan deadhead.
Yeah.
And that has got to be the worst
Yes,
combination of
it
all time.
was.
And that's me as a Bills fan saying it. Let's talk to Eric. Eric, you're on CMF, buddy.
Good morning, gentlemen. Now, I want to preface this by saying, because I want to not face any kind of wrath unnecessarily, that
No.
I think she is talented, but Taylor effing Swift.
That's
Swifties? You don't like
yeah,
Swifties?
That's a cult.
Not even close. Not even remotely. And I'm so tired of being caught in conversations with people who want to get super deep into like did you see like this album cover and she's so like introspective and she's such a
They try to like read into the lyrics
she's
really deep.
She's a dream girl, for God's sake.
All right, hey, Eric, let me ask you, how old are you, buddy?
I'm 32.
Okay, so you're
I've
writing.
been on here quite a few times.
Okay, all right. So, Eric, you know what's weird about the Swiftie fan base, Tommy? I've always tried to figure out what the equivalent is from like 20, 30, 40 years ago, and I don't think there is one.
Well, it would have been Madonna, maybe.
No, but she didn't have a following like
No,
this.
no, true.
And I guess you can make the argument like boy bands had followings like this, but they were kids that were being like manipulated.
Yeah.
Like these are grown ass women that are following, Taylor Swift to
she's
Europe.
She's very rare.
It is strange, Eric. It's something we've never seen before, but I get it. By the way, the Swifties have wrote us. We've given him your address.
Oh, Lord, have mercy on my soul. Also, they're invading football. I'm just saying.
No, I haven't noticed that.
Eric, thanks for the call, buddy.
Well, it does get to a point sometimes, and like Taylor Swift might be the perfect example of this, where even if you like Taylor Swift, you feel like if you don't like her enough, you can't be a part of the club.
Yeah, good call. But
I feel like I have to know everything and anything about her and her personal life to enjoy the music, because that's the way that extreme fans make you feel.
But I feel like that with the Bills, so I can't judge those.
Okay.
People. Like
I can't comment because it would just sound creepy.
What?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I can't say I like Taylor Swift because it would sound creepy.
Do you not like Taylor Swift?
I do like Taylor Swift. See
What
how
a
creepy that sounds?
creepy-ass
It
bitch.
sounds creepy. Oh, Grandpa's checking out that gal in the leotard.
She's Kimmy's age. It's not that
Yeah,
creepy.
she's 35.
Is she that old?
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
been around forever.
Yeah.
252 WCMF
Well, she is fine.
252.
Well,
See? You
should
don't
not-
like it, see? I can't talk.
Well, don't talk in an old timey voice too. See? Yeah,
I want to tell you what, she's pretty fine.
Check out the gams on that clipper. Let's talk to James. James, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Hey guys, Star Trek fans.
Okay.
I've gotten into some crazy conversations with Star Trek fans.
Are you
before.
a Star Trek fan, James?
Oh yeah, I like especially the Next Generation.
Okay.
See, you're not cool, man. You don't even like the right Star
Now
Trek.
you sound like a bitch.
Because
Here we go.
I can appreciate
go.
a Star Trek fan like the original ones because like you were the guys that really kicked this whole thing off.
Yeah.
Like those are the original space nerds that got excited.
Space nerds.
Yes. But he goes
See, the
next
ultimate
generation.
Bad actors. I mean, the next generation had far superior actors. Picard.
Yeah, I mean,
John
Patrick
Lewis,
Stewart. Patrick Stewart is a classically trained English thespian. You can't argue that Patrick Stewart's not a better actor than William Shatner.
But like the original Star Trek, like it broke ground. It
Understood.
broke barriers.
Sure.
It actually had lessons in it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a story that involves Martin Luther King Jr. in the original Star Trek. But that being said, I mean, he's talking about the acting and the presentation. He likes the newer one better. What's wrong with that? You're arguing with a Star Trek fan about Star Trek, you dork.
Here we go.
James, thanks for the call, buddy.
No,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I grew up with the original one.
No kidding.
And it was, and I wasn't a big fan back then. My nerd friends, my scientist friends were.
Man, you ain't got one scientist friend, man. Your buddy that works over at CVS ain't a scientist.
I have a friend that does reconstructive tissues.
Oh, that's
that's
Start with your brain.
Take that. Bing, bang, boom.
Oh. He's got nothing, James.
James, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes
I
James.
got scientist friends.
Somebody did tweet at us, Craft Brew Bros.
Well, that's you.
He's just saying that because he wants Tommy to like him.
That's you and your old man.
Yeah, but I think that there are levels of that, too, where there are people that are just super into it that, they have to tell you. It's kind of goes hand in hand with people that are really into wine,
Or weed.
that want to tell you, like, about the nuances and, like, how you're supposed to drink it and what you're supposed to eat it
Didn't you just
with.
go to Beer Fest?
I did.
So how many times you?
I will say, though, I'm not an expert.
But you waited in line for beer.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you wait in line for beer everywhere.
Yeah.
You go.
No, like for fancy ass, like limited release beer.
No, it's just different breweries that you don't always get here.
No, let the man who's never been tell you about what happens at Beer Fest.
I ain't waiting in line for a goddamn
You
drink.
don't really have to wait in line.
Can I give you guys a weird one?
Yeah, sure.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about the worst fan bases to get stuck with. Guys who love mob movies but don't understand them.
Mob movies?
Mob movies.
That's almost every guy.
Every guy with the Scarface poster in
Yes,
his apartment.
Every guy in Long Island.
If you have a Godfather, Scarface poster on your wall, like, they quote Goodfellas all the time, but they look at those guys in the movies as badass heroes, you do realize the movie wasn't made to make those guys look cool.
But they do make them look romantic.
No, but here's the thing. Every single one of those characters in every mob movie ends up in a terrible way at the end of the story.
Right.
Like, all of you people that obsess over mobster movies and think they're super, like, the characters are great, did you all stop watching every movie with 15 minutes left? How do you not understand that these movies are cautionary tales?
But they're not.
No,
to them.
but they are.
Yes.
They are. How do you not watch what these people ended up going through and think they are people to admire? Because they're not. They are not.
But, I mean...
You're one of these people. You're one of these idiots. Oh,
I mean, you do get sucked in, man.
Henry Hill's super cool. I want to be like Goodfellas. I want to be like Joe Pesci. Till they shoot him in the back of the head. And then that other movie where they watch.
It doesn't end well.
They beat his brother to death with a baseball bat
Oh,
and
yeah,
bury
yeah,
them
yeah.
both alive.
Yeah.
It's horrific.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And then these people, get a laughing De Niro poster from when he's about to stab a dude in the brain with an ice pick.
Yeah. The good old days.
It doesn't make any sense to me. For shame. Shame on all of you.
But we've always loved gangster movies in this country. Even like Bonnie and Clyde and, all those old...
You can appreciate those
Even
movies.
the Old West where they're robbing banks and trains.
But I get it because movies back in the day made that look romantic. They made them into anti-heroes. Like, there are no movies like that anymore where the gangster is the good guy.
Yeah.
They're never the good guy. Unless you watch it and don't understand what the movie's about.
True.
Be better.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Let's take a break.
All right.
All right, it's Friday.
Oh. Let's have some fun.
We're going to.
Okay.
Creep Cap coming at you.
Ooh, creepy.
And there is a new album from 30 years ago.
Why are they doing this?
That
So
is-
this is new music?
This is new music, never heard before.
Oh, this has got to suck.
And it's being released by an artist, big name artist, household name,
Yeah.
that died 20 years ago.
Oh.
Wait, this dude's been dead 2 decades.
Yep. I want to know if you can figure out who it is. Think
All
about
right.
it. Think about it. We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. It's a new album.
Oh.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, look, this guy is a household name. Even all these years later, there are very few people who don't know who he is.
Right.
But it's an album from 30 years ago of brand new material from a man that died 20 years ago.
20 years ago, dead, major star.
The biggest. One of the biggest.
Rock?
Yes and no.
Oh. Crossover guy?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Okay.
There's one man here who creeps and doesn't cross. There's no crossover here. It's all creep all the time. Uncut Colombian creep. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God.
All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. You gotta eat. You got a boner. I don't know.
So there's something to be happy about.
Eating and a boner.
Boner and
eating. Don't
separately.
mix them up. Well, what's wrong with my mouth?
Because you don't do
Are
it.
you anti-mouth?
You've
Your mother wasn't last night.
when normal bombs go kaboom.
Because I'm looking at porn. And I'm about to in my pants. Got a leaky ass woman. Ruin the carpets for me. I could have.
Oh no, it sounds like this.
No, that's your mom's CD.
Oh, by the way, hey,
Bone down to the ground.
We acted on
She really
this.
likes aged sperm. She wants something more refined. It's very spermy forward.
It's a Chateau La Bille 45.
It's a Labeche 69. I had buddies that ran around with raw crotches. The kids today with your soft crotch. You got to toughen up your crotch. You got to build up a good callus of that crotch.
Well, that's a Seaman shirt, right?
Yes, but yeah, it's full of semen style. Old country pews may not be for you. I'll eat them every day. That's what Grandpa used to say. Grandpa died with a belly full of pews. If you're looking for a bone, this guy's available.
That's what you're saying to your sister.
Well, yeah, your sister can't have a bone. Everybody else gets boned. Your sister is too precious to be boned. You taking the big meat tour?
For Tommy Muley, who is very interested in the Big Meat Tour.
I would love a big meat tour.
I think Kobayashi might own the bull testicle record. I'm not making that up.
No, your mom had that for years. She ate them all. We ran out when you're in Texas. She ate her way all the way to Laredo. Down in the West Texas town of Laredo, I ran into Pat's full mom.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. All right.
What happened?
So this musician, household name, died 20 years ago. He is releasing an album this week, music that was made 30 years ago but has never been heard.
Okay.
Who is this man?
I'm trying to think of a solo artist like that died.
Was he a solo artist?
He was a solo
Oh,
artist.
you're making it sound that way.
He was a solo artist.
Okay.
God damn. I'm at a loss.
All right, Kimmy, you want to take a shot?
I have no idea. I was thinking, I thought it was like Kurt Cobain or something.
Oh.
But he's not a solo artist. So that
Michael
throws me off.
Jackson?
No.
Oh, that would have been a good
It
guess.
was not Michael Jackson. Ladies and gentlemen, this weekend, a new Johnny Cash album.
Oh.
That's right. The album is called Songwriter. It's Johnny Cash's 72nd album.
God damn.
But, you know, back
I
in
mean,
the
you had to
50s and
figure.
60s, they were just throwing albums out every 3 days. This one's called Jimmy Loves Sally. Ba-da-da-da. This one's called Sally Loves Jimmy. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah, I mean, you had to figure he has a ton of unreleased stuff that he just never, that just never made it to, it's on the cutting room floor. I don't know what I'm saying.
Do you need to go to the ER now? Okay, so it's Johnny Cash's second posthumous release, but it's his first release that will be released without his okay. Cash died 20 years ago, 2003. So the album is even older than that. The songs from this new album are demos from early 1993.
Okay.
And it's stuff that Cash did not want to put out.
He didn't like it.
While he was alive. Exactly.
Yeah.
Are either of you interested in Johnny Cash's new album?
That one on Johnny Cash, yes, because he's such an interesting character. Yeah.
Everyone else sucks, but not just said Johnny Cash, and I want people to think that I'm
Cool, man.
and kind of like alternative now, because it's cool to like Johnny Cash.
But it's going to be super sad. Like, he really, in his later years, the music got very dark.
Okay, you're thinking about the album that he did with Rick Rubin, the America series.
But even before that, like, he got darker.
Can you name a song done by Johnny Cash that's
Yeah,
known by
wasn't a
everyone that
little
isn't dark?
Boy Named Sue was funny.
It talks about a man whose father never talked to him.
But it's kind of funny. And I've been everywhere, man. Like it's traveling,
Okay.
like vagabond
Sure,
style.
okay, there's
Yeah.
one. Every other Johnny Cash song he's ever done.
Telling some kind of sad story.
By the way, that's an unbelievably good album.
But it's a very dark, sad album. Like it's not a feel good. I'm not gonna pour a cocktail and listen to Johnny Cash and listen to that unless I'm in a bathtub naked and my veins are open.
Oh my God.
I took a bath today.
So both of you are interested in this album?
Yeah, Johnny Cash. Yeah.
Because your husband's a Cash guy. He's probably going to have this on.
He is, but I also, whenever this, because this has happened with other artists that have passed and they'll find like some hidden music somewhere, but like none of that music ever really seems to catch on with people. Like I can't think of the last time I heard a song from somebody from an artist that didn't like it or never put it out that was like good enough to stick.
No, you're right. I mean, the demo after Death albums never.
Right.
I can't think of a single one that was successful.
And you kind of realize like maybe this is why they never wanted to put it out.
Exactly. Yes, you nailed it. I mean, look, and I don't mean all albums. I don't mean the albums that were done and ready to be released before an artist suddenly died.
These are things he was never going to touch.
Exactly. Like songs that were finished and someone else had to rework them, or songs that the artists themselves finished that they heard back again and thought this is not good enough to be put out. Even that Beatles song from a year ago where they used AI to replace the John Lennon parts. That didn't blow up like everyone thought it was going to, right? Like it showed up, it was interesting, and then it kind of went away. Michael Jackson did a posthumous album with demos. It was not good.
Yeah.
Prince did a couple of them, most of them not good. Because there's still a ton of Prince and Michael Jackson stuff that exists somewhere in vaults that we've never heard before. And you know, based on their names and reputations, that whoever owns that stuff is going to start cranking it out.
Yeah, because there's just money sitting there.
Are you a little curious about that stuff?
I'm curious, but I don't think I'm going to love it.
I mean, I find Johnny Cash interesting. Prince is fascinating.
Sure.
Studying a complete musical weirdo.
What are you talking about? A Jehovah's Witness who never left Minnesota and built a compound with a basketball hoop inside where he didn't drink or do any drugs, but it turns out he did drugs and that's what killed him, and he would bring people to his house to listen to music and play basketball at 2 o'clock in the morning?
But he'd also ride his bicycle around like a CVS parking lot sometimes.
Okay.
Like he had a bicycle and he would just be riding his bike in Minnesota.
Let's also not forget that he was doing door knocking as a Jehovah's Witness. So it was people
with that crazy guitar.
People got knocks on their doors to convert to Jehovah's Witness.
I mean, these are I would Prince would be another one I'd have to pay attention to.
252 WCMF 252-9263. This weekend, a new Johnny Cash album called Songwriter drops 20 years after his death. It's music that was recorded 30 years ago, early 1993, and they're demos that were never put out by Cash. So I did read the Rolling Stone review on it, and they are not glowing.
I'm sure.
So,
but there's certain artists, like even after they go, well, I guess he's really too old now to have this, but like Willie Nelson's another one of these characters that's just so fascinating.
Okay.
Like to me, like I would have, if there was something old Willie, I'd have to hear it.
But he's still alive.
I understand it, but let's say he now is because I got this.
He puts out new music.
Oh, yeah, I got this stuff I produced like 20 years ago, never did anything with it. I'm gonna put it out. I'd have to give it a listen.
But here's the thing: if Willie gives it the blessing, he's okay with it being out.
Right.
It's after he dies. But
True.
I get you. Like it's different now than it was 20, 30 years ago, right? Because like, if I want to on the way home, I can jump on Spotify and I can listen to Johnny Cash's new album, and it doesn't cost me anything.
Right.
If the only way to catch this album was to buy it for $20, would you go?
No.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah, you're not interested enough to spend the money.
I'm out.
That's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's different now, I guess, with Michael Jackson, with Prince. Like, the streaming is there. It doesn't take that much effort. And by the way, if people don't listen to it when it's free to stream, or at least, you've already paid for the subscription, you know it's bad.
Yeah.
You know it's bad.
Because you just had to take a look.
Exactly. But, like, that being said, I'm with you. I'm going to probably listen to this album at some point.
I have a morbid sense of curiosity about these people.
But it's going to suck. It's going to be disappointing.
Yeah.
Because it's pre-Rick Rubin. And he went, Johnny Cash, just from a music standpoint, there was, like, his career was over in the early 90s.
Yeah.
Like, it was done.
He came here late in his career.
Really?
To the Highland Bowl, yeah. And it was
Did he really?
sold out, yeah. But he was like in his 70s, and all these hipsters are coming out to see this old country artist.
I mean, yeah, it revived his career, everything with Rick Rubin. But,
Thank you, Rick Rubin.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell what we're doing Monday. Next, here at the Break Room on CMF. going to be Rabberoo.
Adios, Friday, Rabberoo.
For a Friday Break Room CMF. Okay, so there's been a lot that's happened this week, and I want to make sure if you want to catch up with the show, because some people have been writing us, there are ways to do it. Lots of easy ways to do it.
Okay.
So if you want to just hear us, like you would listen to us on the radio, every break that we've done, and we always do, ends up on our website, WCMF.com. It's also on the Odyssey app. You just search the Break Room here on WCMF, and you can catch anything you've missed during the show ever. Kimmy is amazing at putting that stuff up.
Best.
And it's usually up around noon by the time the show is done.
Usually.
So even from the day you're listening. If you want to watch what is happening on the show, you can go to YouTube. It is all saved in perpetuity. I don't know what that means, but it makes it sound professional.
That was very big.
Can you Google what in perpetuity means, Kimmy? Thank you.
But you just added into it?
Yeah.
I thought you said perpetuity.
No, it's available
I thought you said
in
perpetuity.
No,
Yeah,
it's
you said
available
perpetuity.
in perpetuity. That's how you say
Like
it.
like it's sitting in perpetuity.
But I don't know what that means. I've just heard other people use
I
it.
think it's perpetuity.
No, in perpetuity. In perpetuity. It's available
Forever. That's what it means.
Oh, why'd you just say that?
Well, because I wanted to
In
sound smart.
forever.
I didn't know. I really didn't know what it meant, but I nailed that, huh?
Hey.
It's all about being confident. YouTube, you go to the Break Room WCMF. That's our page there. Everything we've done since we've had our cameras is there, so you can see Tommy's hat from earlier this week. You can try and figure out at what point of the show on Tuesday I thought I was dying. You can hear back what happened in the ER on Wednesday.
Wow.
All of that is there, and all of that, the Break Room WCMF on YouTube, brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing, hats and heart attacks. Also, we would appreciate like, subscribe.
Sure. Support us.
Thank you. We do so much for you.
We do.
Free entertainment.
Yeah. There's a reason why you're not paying for it.
All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who says if you're a deadhead Bills fan combo, stay the F away from her.
Yes.
Okay. For Tommy Muley, who hates people who just run their mouths about movies and TV shows when nobody else cares about what's going on here. Right? Just mind your own business and shut the F up.
Yes, you're right.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you next week here in the Break Room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.